Hello. Hi, everyone. I'm Sonam Balasanyan, the CEO of CRRC-Armenia, and we are today opening the conference entitled Unpacking Migration in the Caucasus and Beyond. Migration in Armenia, the Caucasus, and around the globe has been considered as an area of utmost importance in social sciences and in the frameworks of social policies. Multiple countries have been dealing with outflows and inflows, as well as policy solutions to tackle the societal issues associated with migration today. Now, welcome to this conference. That is a platform bringing scholars and policymakers together to promote dialogue and cooperation. Looking at the conference agenda, you will see how multidisciplinary and thought-provoking is the content and how important shall be the discussions among the conference participants. Hence, please attend the conference in full and actively. The conference is to serve to better understanding of possible ways of tackling migration issues in Armenia, in the Caucasus, and beyond. Before we begin this interesting and important two-day journey, here I want to draw your attention on several issues regarding the unpacking of migration as we aim for. This complex phenomenon of migration can be understood in layers, and this is what we have been doing in the framework of our project related to migration during the last 6 months. One of the macro layers is international mobility. The world has seen a recent pandemic, series of crises, security concerns, and environmental issues have come to the center of the national and international ecosystems around the globe. Border control has become more than an issue for contemporary nation states, while statistical recording of global inflows and outflows of migration is now more than statistics. Right after the opening of the conference, we will have a panel discussion on trying to bring together officials and policymakers to discuss the current state of affairs of migration in the context of global transformations, as well as security and healthcare service. The need for harmonization of statistics on migration has been discussed by international organizations since late 1990s. However, we can hardly state that there is or if it is at all possible to define migration and come to consensus on this. How do we measure and understand migration remains an important question that we will be addressing today. By the way, there are many countries for which understanding the scope of migration is not less important. Understanding the scope of emigration is not less important than gaining information about the immigration. And most of the studies have been dealing with immigration more than emigration. Now we see that Armenia is becoming already a country that is dealing with emigration, but we have little to no data on this. Having a look at regional Eurasian context, we know a bit by bit from various countries, but we barely have a comprehensive analysis of migration in relation to the region overall. There are several bright spots. For example, a longitudinal study, Life in Kyrgyzstan, by German Institute for Economic Research. In Tajikistan, for example, a recent telephone interviews have been done by World Bank. A high-frequency survey was done after COVID, and one was also done in Armenia and Georgia. Moldovan Statistical Service provides some data through labor force surveys, household surveys. These are just examples to name a few, but one thing is evident. For the Eurasian region, there is a lack of synchronized research undertakings to capture the phenomenon of migration in full and to understand the regional context. Zooming in the sub-regional level, taking the Caucasus as the sub-region, we know that, for example, Geostat has been doing an important work recently to collect annual migration data, which is a good example and an important site for a study tour from Armenia to Georgia that could be rather insightful to see how the Georgian government developed the unified migration data analytical system, a clear, good example of administrative data management. The Armenian context of migration research will be unpacked through our conference, and you will see that Armenia is still lacking good administrative data on migration, and there is an urgent need to create platforms for dialogue between different state and non-state agencies, also across countries interested in understanding the phenomenon of migration in today's world. The roles of ILO, state migration services, ICMPD, other UN agencies will be presented and signified as well as discussed. The missing data, gaps in data, the need for dialogue, the importance of longitudinal research, contexts, cultures, historical backgrounds, capacities of managing, generating, and using data, management of databases, these all count. If one looks at migration data portal globally, he or she will see that migration data comes in all forms. We have census data, we have statistical data, we have survey data, administrative data, innovative data sources that are all possible ways of capturing migration through research. We will see that there is a certain niche in the world that is taken by qualitative researchers and also by individual scholars. For example, if you look at Jürgen Karin's website, you will see a page he created on who is who in migration research currently. And there are names worth knowing that are thinking around the globe on this complex issue. Now, as a researcher and as a methodologist, I have to state that we in the Caucasus are still relying mostly on individual researchers who are producing high quality researches and data on migration, and who are also relying on agencies like ILO, World Bank, other UN agencies. Here for this conference, we are relying on the Swiss Cooperation for the South Caucasus to create platforms where we try to all together understand what is happening with migration in the region. After a new area of crisis that the Caucasus and the world are facing today, we need to rethink yet again our ways of defining and understanding migration. To start with the issue of data underutilization in the Caucasus, ending up with the need of having joint and synchronized data platforms, understanding and unpacking migration will remain one of the most important social science research topics on Earth. So this, coupled with understanding of geopolitical contexts, gender violence and gender vulnerability contexts, context of population displacement and humanitarian aid, this will remain a huge challenge for researchers and policymakers, future generations of thinkers on migration. Henceforth, impartial and independent platforms that can bring together agencies and individuals, scholars and researchers to talk and debate about migration remains crucial. I sincerely hope that this conference platform will create good grounds for knowledge and experience exchange, as well as for promoting new networks for collaboration on unpacking migration. this conference may become a possible venue to support each other in the struggles for understanding what we know so far, what we need to know afterwards, and how we can tackle the complex phenomenon of migration in the contemporary world. What we knew before, relying on the different sources of data that I already pointed to, like census data, different survey data, different paradigms of research like qualitative and quantitative and mixed methods approaches towards migration. Also the administrative data, all these data sources have provided us with a portrayal of migration in the world that no longer, I'm not afraid to say that no longer exists, which means we have to update the sources of data. And here, looking at the Caucasus, where unfortunately data management is one of the problems, and we are not that skillful in terms of managing databases and creating these databases. It is important to foster the dialogue, to see how we can come together and synchronize the ways we are gathering data on migration. Migration data is complex. It is getting old very quickly, very fast. And so to be able to tackle the phenomenon, we have to not only mobilize quickly as scholars and policymakers, but we have to also reach our agencies before a crisis, another one can come into place. So we need a thoughtful action towards the developments, and we have to share our knowledge and understanding. If I dive into the issues of research in the Caucasus, it will be a long conversation with you, dear participants of this conference. And I hope that you will take this mission for these 2 days, and we will have an opportunity to raise all of the concerns we had as researchers and all of the areas that we have identified as having gaps in data and how we can fulfill these gaps. With this, I would like to thank the Swiss Cooperation for the South Caucasus for this opportunity of having this conference together with you. I have to thank all of the applicants who have sent their papers for the conference, and all of the speakers and panelists, and also decision makers and policymakers who have allocated time for this conference today. So I am now passing the floor to Werner Tut, to the Deputy Regional Director of Swiss Cooperation of the South Caucasus, to welcome you here and to give an introductory speech for this conference. Thank you all for participation, and we will meet again in the next discussion panel. Dear conference participants, before Werner Tut will join us in a couple of minutes, I would like to present the conference agenda briefly to you. So during this conference, during the section 1, we will be covering the topic of migration and global crisis, challenges and opportunities of hosting refugees of war in the South Caucasus. This is, I think, a very important topic to discuss today, and we will be also reflecting on what challenges does the new age of migration pose for host countries. Further, we will have a presentation of invited papers on new types of migration to and from Russia, for example, on diaspora in Armenia, on return migration decisions, as well as transnational migration. We will have insights from different countries from the Caucasus and beyond, as mentioned in the title of our conference. Section 2 of the conference today will be about the research fatigue. And we think this is an important topic to discuss. So this will be the agenda for today. And now I will stop here and pass the floor to the Deputy Regional Director of Swiss Cooperation in the South Caucasus, Werner Tooth, for a welcome speech and this short introduction. Thank you.
Dear Sona, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can.
Thank you very much. Dear Sona, dear participants, I would like to welcome you to this two-day conference on unpacking migration in the South Caucasus and beyond. I am Werner Tooth. I'm a Deputy Regional Director of the Swiss Agency for Development and Cooperation in the South Caucasus, and I'm based in Yerevan. In this capacity, I am also responsible for the Switzerland's Development Cooperation Program in Armenia. We all know that Armenia these days is going through very difficult times. Today marks the second year since the outbreak of 2020 military confrontations between Armenia and Azerbaijan, which we all commemorate. With the recent developments, the unclear future weighs heavily on the hearts and minds of the Armenian people. Nevertheless, it is a pleasure for me to make some introductory remarks, because I think that your reflections are important, very timely, and finally useful for the country, the donor community, and the SDC itself. Most of us would probably agree that this project, which is actually a think and do project, is highly topical and relevant. Unfortunately, migration has become a burning reality for millions of people in war-torn Eastern Europe and the South Caucasus. Even in more peaceful times, labor migration was and still is often a harsh reality for many people of different sectors of the society, especially the most vulnerable, the poorest ones. Why is the SDC particularly interested in this topic? What is the value of your work for us? It is obvious that poverty reduction and equal opportunities for all are also applies to the South Caucasus and Armenia. Most of our funding actually goes to projects related to inclusive economic growth. The second feature is less obvious, but equally important and perhaps particularly interesting. It is the regional vision that guides our work in the South Caucasus region. More specifically, our South Caucasus Regional Cooperation Program seeks to support consistently cross-border interactions and dynamics among the three countries of the South Caucasus, Armenia, Azerbaijan, and Georgia. Rather than just replicating the same or similar activities in different countries, we seek to promote drivers and processes that actually support cross-border interactions of people, of goods and services, and ideas. The level of interventions can be intergovernmental, but can also be non-governmental. Against this background, against this vision and strategy, we were naturally very interested in working with the CRRC, which has local offices in the South Caucasus countries, all of them. Of course, the CRRC, like the CRRC, we are interested in helping the relevant state institutions and international organizations to make informed decisions and take coherent action in favor of the most vulnerable people. With this in mind, we are all curious to see what issues in migration data collection in Armenia and the wider South Caucasus have been uncovered by the project, and how the project is being addressing these topics and carry on these topics. In this spirit, I wish us all a stimulating conference with many insights and practical ideas on how these ideas can be taken forward into policy dialogues and debates. Thank you very much for your efforts within this project, and thank you very much for the attention to listen to my most modest considerations. I wish us all a nice, good, inspiring day, 2 days actually. Thank you very much.
Hello, thank you very much for this welcome speech. Dear conference participants, we will meet at the next panel shortly. Dear participants of the conference, so here we start the first section of our online conference, and this panel discussion will be about migration and global crisis, challenges and opportunities of hosting refugees of war in the South Caucasus. On this important topic, we will be talking with Armen Lazaryan, Head of Migration Service of Armenia, Sanya Lukovac, the Chief of Mission of IOM in Georgia, and Camlin Furley, UNHCR representative in Georgia. So before we begin the discussion, I would like to state that this discussion is to bring together officials and policymakers to discuss the current state of affairs of migration in the context of current global transformations, as well as security and healthcare crisis. And the first question I would like to pose for the panelists to discuss is the following. What challenges does this new age of migration pose for host countries? Please have your reflections for about 5 minutes, and then we will move on with other questions that will rise over time. So we start with Armen Lazaryan, please.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Thank you, and hello to everybody. It's nice to see dear friends and colleagues who work on this soil of migration. So I'll jump right onto the topic. You named your topic global crisis in migration and the challenges connected with it. So we know that IOM has estimated that there are now around 300 million, roughly 300 million migrants all over the world. And our colleagues from UNHCR tell us that around 100 million people are displaced in one fashion or another, be that IDPs, be those refugees or asylum seekers around the world. So just the fact that 1/3 of every migrant is somehow displaced is already a challenge. So this gives us area to reflect upon this. That's the global perspective, but I'll try to concentrate more on our regional dynamics and also particularly what is going on here in Armenia. So, the trends that we were seeing here have started to shift dramatically during COVID. So we usually had a slow change in migration trends. That's to say, Armenia was becoming also a country of immigration and of transit, though usually our experience with migration has been one of emigration, which has been changing the trends, and by mid-2000s, the emigration was also in the form of seasonal labor migration. But by the end of 2000s and mid-2010s, we saw this changing of the trend that the country was becoming more and more attractive for foreigners as well. And we were also becoming a country of transit and immigration. COVID has somehow altered these trends, and this steady increase of entries of foreigners, which has been the main trend of the mid-2000s and early 2010s, has changed, and we saw a sharp decline in the entries of foreigners and exits of foreigners, because obviously all these people were going home to spend the quarantine. And we saw also the reverse trend, which was an increased inflow of Armenian nationals back home, also to spend the quarantine back at home. So this was the main trend. Another trend connected with COVID was that in 2020 and later on, mainly in 2020, we did not have that outflow of our seasonal labor migration. So basically our seasonal labor migration was suppressed because of technical and migration regulation reasons. Also because of the economy in the country of destination, that's to say mainly in Russia. Trends have changed at the end of 2020 because we had so-called double crisis, not only of COVID, but also of war in Nagorno-Karabakh. And as a result of that aggression and of the war in Nagorno-Karabakh, Armenia has received more than 91,000 displaced people from Nagorno-Karabakh. I would like to stress that 88% of all the displaced people that we have hosted in 2020 were children and women. So this was an immense burden, which was carried not just by the Armenian state, but by the Armenian population generally. Just to give you a short view how it was carried by the population, around 60% of those people who were displaced were hosted by individual households in their households. So yes, state was providing some additional food and I don't know, some additional expenses for electricity, gas, etc. But mainly this burden also was carried by the Armenian population at large. This unfortunate trend continued this year, literally a couple of weeks ago, because of the aggression of Azerbaijan on the Armenian sovereign territory. Around 7,000 people have been internally displaced. Most of them have returned, well, half of them at least have returned already to their homes, but currently we are in the process of doing a more in-depth needs assessment and support to the displaced population, and the support is ongoing. So these are the main crises that we face. And I would like also to stress crises that were not here but have affected us. Two of them, well, one of them which has created two kinds of flows, which was the military situation in Ukraine. So as a result of that conflict, we have been receiving also Ukrainian citizens, be those of Armenian ethnicity or of Ukrainian ethnicity, because we have a lot of mixed marriages there. So our yearly average trend in the asylum system is that we receive about 250 asylum applications per year. So in the first half of this year, we have already received 350, and out of those 350, 250 are Ukrainian nationals. Most of them have already been granted asylum and refugee status here in Armenia. But this conflict has had another effect on our country in form of immigration of Russians. If we look at the numbers of the first semester, so first half of the year, we have around 40,000 Russians here in the country, 76% of whom are employed. So this is not a big social burden. It's just a matter of getting adapted to the new situation. Those people are employed, 70% of whom are employed in the IT sector. But if you go down the list, it's also education, marketing, and other areas that people are employed there. But it has had some particular social and market effects. I'm sure the same effect it has had on Georgia as well, with the increase of prices for renting an apartment and combined with the general inflation trends. So it has mainly had market effects rather than social effects. But market effects usually later on have social implications. So we are going to see that as well. So I tried to sort of, in brief, combine all the crises that we see around the world and here in the region, and how it has affected the region and Armenia in particular. I'd be glad to answer any questions if you might have them. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Haberan, for the portrayal of all the challenges and issues that Armenia is facing currently, and leaving the conference participants with this thought-provoking raised issues. I would like now to move to our next speaker. Thank you very much for allocating your time. And we are now moving to the Chief of Mission of IOM in Georgia, to Sanya Selerich-Lukovic, to reflect on the issues from the perspective of Georgia and the region.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Balasanian. Thank you also CRRC for involving IOM in this important event. And also many thanks to our colleagues from Swiss Development Cooperation Agency, especially the Swiss Cooperation Office for South Caucasus, for supporting this important discussion. And of course, warm greetings from Tbilisi to participants and to my colleagues in Yerevan, and also to Kamlin, who is also sitting here in Tbilisi. It was really quite amazing to listen to Armen's presentation, because the trends and the issues that he has mentioned, which are marking the challenges in Armenia, are very, very similar, not to say the same, in Georgia. What is maybe different is the context, which is actually surrounding these trends in Georgia. And also, I think that we can say that these trends are today really being observed all around the world. Let's not, I want to mention actually that despite the title of this session is about challenges and opportunities of hosting refugees of war in South Caucasus, I would like to actually expand this a little bit, expand the scope of my presentation and contribution to the multitude of trends which we are seeing actually evolving in the context of the migration crisis. But also I have to go a little bit back in the past, because I really think that it's important to observe these trends in the time perspective. For that matter, Georgia has been a country which has experienced various and very complex and diverse migration dynamics for a number of decades. We have seen the outbound migration happening from Georgia, thousands of Georgia nationals traveling out of Georgia, mainly motivated during the last, let's say, 30 years by the socioeconomic challenges and also looking for the socioeconomic opportunities outside of Georgia, mainly in the European Union. We have seen this trend being accelerated after Georgia has signed the visa liberalization agreement with the European Union, so since 2018. At the same time, we are also observing quite a number of returns of Georgian irregular migrants from foreign countries, people who return following the decades of migration experiences abroad, but also those returning after attempts to apply for asylum in the countries of the European Union. And at the same time, similarly, like Armenia, Georgia has been, over the past decades, increasingly the country of transit and of destination for foreign migrants who are traveling to Georgia with the attempts to migrate somewhere else, but also those who are actually just finding their safe haven or a temporary residence here in Georgia. I think that over the past couple of years, we have seen acceleration of these trends. We have seen further diversification of these trends. And we have also seen these trends occurring simultaneously. They're often complementing each other, but they're also sometimes contradicting each other. So the overall picture is really becoming more and more complex. We see increasing vulnerabilities of migrants, of actually all these groups that I have just mentioned. Increasing vulnerabilities in terms of socioeconomic vulnerabilities, the root causes of their migration, which are very, very often motivated by lack of employment, lack of access to services, limited access to services, unemployment, underemployment, access to income. So the whole multitude of factors that are influencing this migration, and which is basically also waiting for these people in case that they return back to the country. We have seen also struggles of migrants in Georgia. On one hand, Georgia is a country which welcomes migrants because it offers them a relatively easy legal stay in Georgia, but we have also seen challenges with integration here in Georgia. And also, I must mention that with all this acceleration and those growing trends, we are also seeing conflicting priorities on the side of the government and the donor governments as well. So all these multitudes of increasing needs are happening in the context of dwindling resources and conflicting priorities. I think that it is important to mention that if we want to really draw some conclusions, I would like to say that there are many challenges, many opportunities as well. There is really a need to address them in a holistic manner. We have to address them in their complementarity, and we have to look for complex solutions. Georgia has been quite advanced when it comes to that. For a number of years, Georgia has started establishing a system which is a multi-agency governmental setup. Georgia has a policy and the strategy addressing this complexity of migration. It has, as I mentioned, the institutional setup and the interagency coordination system that is in place. Now, the resilience of this system will really depend on the dynamics and the pressures that the country and the region is going to experience in the coming basically days, weeks, and months. And this is, I think, going to really determine also the future of this migration dynamics and the crisis in the region. I believe that we will maybe have the opportunity to also speak about the solutions in the remainder of this session. But I think that the solutions actually have to reflect also on these complexities. So I will stop here, and I look forward to actually having maybe the opportunity for a few more reflections about how these solutions should look like. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your reflections and the issues raised and the presentation of the complexity of issues that we are dealing with. And now we are moving to our next speaker, who is Kemlin Furley, UNHCR representative in Georgia, to have own presentation of the issues and challenges. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me well? Yes, okay. Thank you very much for the invitation to this panel, and I echo Sanya's appreciation for the support for this conference by CRRC and of course the Swiss Development Cooperation. I'll focus, of course, on the refugee side of these things, and perhaps give you a few figures and trends from the wider region first. And all of these you can find on UNHCR's data portal. Do you see me? Actually, yes, you do. You can find all of this on the operational data portal of UNHCR. But as you're aware, there's a huge refugee response in Europe, and currently we have 7,500 refugees from Ukraine registered, or recorded rather, across Europe, and just over 7.5 million, excuse me, and just over 4 million of those are benefiting from the EU countries' temporary protection scheme, which is being used for the first time. It was developed after the Balkans crisis, but never used. One of the sort of broader lessons learned in this regional response is that it seems to be working quite well. Don't move, I'm told. It seems to be working rather well in terms of giving people also a space to move in and to sort of move on to places where perhaps they can be more self-reliant, or they have connections and so on, and they can kind of look after themselves better. So it's an interesting, if you like, response to a large refugee crisis in this region, which I think people are looking at also in terms of thinking whether this is one of the better forms of refugee protection in the future. A number of thoughts generally have kept popping up in this massive response. Is, you know, we've had trouble, of course, as UNHCR with following the Syrian refugee crisis in 2015 and 16, you know, discussing how Europe should be able to host and look after more of those refugees. And as you know, it became a sort of generally political crisis, and more than a refugee crisis itself. And I think people, you know, were saying, oh, there's no room in Europe. Well, clearly there is room when there is political will and when you want there to be room. So this is one of the interesting things going forward as to whether this can translate. We have also seen, though, discrimination against those who are not actually Ukrainian, including third country nationals coming from Ukraine, and in some of the countries where Ukrainian refugees have arrived. Coming perhaps to Georgia, per se, we have you know, from the government figures, it's 134,000 Ukrainians have come to Georgia since February. Many of them have exited, 80% have actually left the country as well. And we're left with about 26,000 Ukrainians who've come and stayed since February. The average entries and actually more or less exits per week currently are 5,000 a week. We have also the figures for Russians, which have dwarfed these Ukrainian arrivals. 876,000 Russians have entered Georgia since February, and I'm going up to 11th of September. So this is prior to the mobilization. thing 2-3 days ago. 91,500 have stayed of that figure that came since February the 24th. But now, as you're probably well aware, we're experiencing a second quite big inflow of Russians. They're rather a different kind of Russian, I think. We'll need to look at this. I think you mentioned, Ashot, how the Russians in Armenia are many of them are IT people. They're managing to work. They're sort of quite well educated, quite well integrated. And as Sanya said, that's quite probably similar in Georgia. But now I think we'll see some rather different Russians who are, as you know, sort of fleeing a very repressive approach to mobilization and so on. So we'll have to see what happens there. And also whether Russia or Georgia will actually stop that flow taking place at some point. Coming to the response to the Ukrainian refugees and how to respond, and perhaps some reflections and lessons learned. As Sanya pointed out, you know, Georgia has been receiving these Ukrainian refugees in the context of some much bigger migration and poverty trends, returning Georgians and so on, and in a country that is under strain anyway in terms of health services and so on. So the response that they have come up with, I think, is, you know, quite generous really, and quite appropriate to the Georgian situation. They housed a number of Ukrainians in hotels in Tbilisi and Batumi for a few months, and then realized it would be better to have a more of a sort of strategic approach to taking the most vulnerable into hotel accommodation for a shorter period. And then they kind of followed our advice to suggest a short period of cash assistance to give everybody the flexibility and dignity, if you like, to spread out, find somewhere to live and to make their way. And there is no further cash assistance from the government because, of course, they have to keep a very close eye on what citizens are getting, what IDPs are getting. And the level of cash assistance that they came up with for 3 months is 300 lari, which is about $100 a month. Of course, it's not enough. Of course, it doesn't make much of a dent on rents in Tbilisi or Batumi, particularly after these huge flows of Russians, Belarusians, I haven't mentioned either. It doesn't make much of a dent, but it is the equivalent figure to one of the housing sort of compensation options that IDPs get. So I think it's fair. Meanwhile, the international community has kicked in. We do have some funds from the regional appeal. If you look on UNHCR's website and portals and so on, you won't see Georgia specifically mentioned there because we're not considered to be a frontline country with a massive, with a big scale inflow. But we do have those figures. So we were given some funds, and so were several NGOs. So we are trying to complement and supplement the cash assistance that the government has given. The government had various narrower eligibility criteria for one reason or another. We have quite, you know, we can help most people who apply on the basis of our vulnerability criteria. They don't need to have been helped by the government. But in the longer term, what do we need? What do they need? I think they need a bit more help in terms of advice on where they can go in Georgia, where there might be jobs and there would be affordable accommodation and there would be spaces in schools and so on. And they're not, that's not really part of, there isn't really a longer term plan at the moment. In the rest of Europe and in other refugee situations, municipalities have played a major role. That's where people live. They don't live in central government. And that hasn't really been the approach taken yet in Georgia. So we hope maybe they'll get more of a role. Instead, there are other entities trying to cope with the regional spread. But yes, as Sanya said, in terms of socioeconomic integration, there are so many competing priorities, and there is a very low level of social protection for Georgians. So this will increasingly be a challenge. And the Russians arriving now might actually also be eventually in need of some social protection. Many of them are arriving with absolutely no plan, no planning behind it. They've come in a huge rush. They may not have resources. They're not necessarily linked to the Russian community already here, or communities, and they don't necessarily know anybody. So we'll see what happens. They may incidentally have potentially good asylum cases if they decide that they need to apply. We're looking at that and can see that that would be probably the case. Yeah, and perhaps one more flow to mention, since you mentioned it, Ashot, for Armenia, we've had about 800 asylum applications in the first half of this year. 450 of those are from Ukrainians. This is, as you can see, a very minor percent of the Ukrainians are thinking of asylum as a necessary status at the moment. The other, I guess, 350 asylum applications are mainly from Iran and some from Turkey and a few from Russia. We could expect maybe to see more from Iran soon, given what's happening. Ukrainians, not sure. The issue for Ukrainians as well being that, you know, they have legal stay, visa-free stay for a year, and they have access to healthcare and education by special decree. So they don't really currently need to apply for asylum. But I will, one more thing I should say is that unlike the other countries receiving Ukrainians, Georgia is, of course, by virtue of its geography, receiving many people from the east of Ukraine who've had to transit through Russia, and they may be coming from totally destroyed areas, such as cities such as Mariupol. They're coming from occupied and newly occupied territories, and many of them are indeed men because they couldn't go the other way anyway. So we have more men than women now in the adult population of Ukrainians here, which is unusual, not by far, not by much. But they may have specific protection issues, and as we move on, we'll see. Perhaps that's enough in terms of initial reflections. I don't know what the questions will be. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So just to remind our conference participants that if anyone has questions to our respected speakers, please drop the question into the chat, and we already have one question there to Mr. Armen Kazarian. That's a reminder. And now dear speakers, let's take some 3 to 5 minutes short to reflect on the following question. What learning opportunities does this crisis allow to be better prepared for accommodating people on the move? And also because we foster a research community also for understanding these people. So shall we again go in the round and start with Mr. Armen Kazarian?
Thank you. So about learning opportunities and what is there to be done, I can reflect only on one thing, and that thing is called institutions, and again, institutions. So basically building up resilience, it's very much now in the jargon of our international colleagues to use and sometimes to abuse the word resilience. But the word resilience is about institutions. They usually mean just giving out money to the people. That's not the resilience. The resilience is about the institutions. So if we are ready, so it's extremely unfortunate for me to say this, but 2020 has taught us very many lessons in terms of registering displaced people, in terms of organizing the reception and the assistance. And again, unfortunately, that has paid off this year. that has paid off in just a couple of weeks ago. That's terrible, but it's a fact. Secondly, about institutions of immigration, because these countries, well, Georgia to more extent, to lesser extent Armenia, we are not very much used to immigration. We are just getting used to it. And again, Georgia has started this process a bit earlier than we did, but we are now in the same business. We are accommodating our institutions to immigration and to try to understand who is coming to our country, for how long they are coming to our country, what are the purposes of stay, and what is the duration of stay, you know. And you know that currently all the trends in migration regulation, not on the policy level, but on the technical implementation level, are about digitalizing everything. I know that that colleagues in Tbilisi have hosted a digitalization conference, of which I planned to come, but unfortunately, and we talked with Sanya about this, unfortunately, you know, every time we plan something, a war erupts. So let's not plan anything. Maybe we'll meet up at some point there. So the trends on digitalization are extremely important, and we have shared our experience, and we are ready to share our experience in creating, for example, a totally digital system for issuing residence permits based on work for those who are coming to work in our country. And, you know, we were just preparing it starting from 2019, and it paid off this year when we received so many migrants who came in to work in our country. The trend was already changing. We were receiving labor migration from India, from Iran, from Philippines, to a lesser extent from other Southern Asian countries and some Middle Eastern countries, be that Syria, Lebanon, etc. So this has paid off this year because we now have a full digital control over the documentation process. But it's not just about control, you know, it's also about service provision. What type of services, digital services we provide to the foreigners and how we accommodate them. So we are not now throwing them here and there because of our bureaucratic, burdensome paperwork, red tape processes, but we are doing everything digital, and those guys and girls have, I don't know, very limited interaction with the bureaucratic apparatus. And I know that Georgian colleagues have moved a long way with this as well. Concerning the question that is raised here for me about the socialization of recent immigrants, you know, I consider the best manner of socialization is giving rights. Those people have rights to work. You know, this might sound a bit ideologic, but I'm bound to say this. I completely deplore the manner, the post-Soviet manner, which is also a very Soviet type of thing. When we pick a person by their hand and accompany them from their birth to their grave, I think that's not the best way to interact with an individual. If the state is granting certain rights to foreigners, for example, the right to work, the right to use certain social services, medical services, that is already a step towards socialization. But their individuals should also take steps and take efforts to get socialized. You know, we are not responsible as state institutions for organizing, socializing evenings for immigrants. That's something immigrants have to do by themselves. We should be constrained to creating level playing field and to creating the environment in which people have the rights and the possibilities to get integrated in our countries of destination. So this much from my side. Thank you.
Thank you very much for these ideas and also presentation of the challenges in line with learning opportunities. So moving on to our next speaker, Tanya.
Thank you very much, Sona. Well, I cannot but echo again many of Armen's thoughts and ideas and recommendations. Starting, of course, from the building resilient institutions and resilient systems which can respond to this increasing complexity. These systems, beside the institutions, should involve also non-governmental organizations, civil society, and of course, the international organizations such as IOM are there to back up and support and bridge the gaps whenever these gaps are needed. But the owners of this process, the primary owners of this process, of course, should be the governments and the overall national systems. As I already mentioned, and then again echoing what Armen has said, and also Kamlin, we live in a time where migration trends are becoming more complex, more diverse, more pressing, more accelerated, and this requires solutions which are going to live up to the needs and challenges that are imposed by the situations. These solutions have to be holistic. We have to see where we can synergize between addressing different priorities. We need to address the trends and issues in their complementarity and also in their contradiction. We need to build connections between them. We need to address irregular migration at the same time by appropriate information campaigns and preventative measures, but also we have to build alternatives. We have to build legal channels of migration. We also have to address at the same time returns of people who are coming back to the square number one from which they have left. But at the same time, we need to deal with the foreign migrants who are actually increasing staying in our countries, in this region. And also we have to build a system that will be resilient and strong enough to address what we are observing currently. The situation with the Russian flows into Georgia just being the last of the crises that actually we have seen over the past month and years. I want to stress here the necessity to build the interagency. This resilience actually must be based on the interagency cooperation and coordination at the national level. We already know for many years that actually management of migration really involves such a multitude of different institutions, governmental institutions, but also civil society, agencies and non-governmental organizations. And I also want to stress that regional cooperation, regional coordination, sharing experiences as lessons learned is something that we all can benefit from, because we are sharing these trends, the issues that are so similar. They are very much occurring in different contexts of different countries or regions, and we have seen Georgia and Armenia share so many trends and so many issues, although the situation in the two countries is not the same in many respects. So I think that this would be another point where I think we really have to build upon the coordination and cooperation and exchange of experiences and lessons learned. And last but not least, I want to also reflect on the international instrument that exists for this purpose, which is the Global Compact on Safe, Orderly and Regular Migration, the non-binding framework that offers such solutions. and that can be used in order, according to the issues and pace of the governments, if you want, it can be used and combined in order to build up the holistic solutions that would be specifically responding to the specific problems and issues faced in various countries. So Global Compact for Safe, Orderly and Regular Migration. Thank you very much. Over to you.
Thank you. And Kemlin, we can now move to your reflections on learning opportunities. And I again, just a moment, I again encourage the conference participants to send any questions to the chat box. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I think I integrated a few of those reflections first time round, but I think, you know, one of the big things that this refugee response for the Ukraine situation has shown is that where there is political will and leadership and public support, there is certainly a way to receive and to assist large numbers of people. I think, you know, maybe we therefore should reflect on the fact that we shouldn't perhaps keep on thinking and considering all of these migration movements and refugee movements as well, unfortunately, as crises. We should anticipate and manage them as best we can. And we do have the tools and we are, you know, engaged in that, but often the public sort of rhetoric is crisis. Your title is crisis. But these things are happening all the time, and they will happen. And we're about to look at all sorts of bigger flows as well with climate change and so on. And back in our region, we should also anticipate somewhat, have a bit of a longer term plan, prepare the public for that, and then ask for help where help is needed. And this isn't quite happening here yet. I think the other big lesson always with refugees, and I hear Armen also very much, Sanya, give people rights and they will do a much better job of getting themselves integrated and self-reliant as soon as possible. They make their choices based on their, obviously their own situations, and this is much more effective. It's good always to start integration support or integration possibilities, such as the right to work, as fast as possible, and you know, not to sort of keep people on hold for a long time, because their competencies and capabilities just deplete with time. So one has to be prepared. And then I think stay flexible. So we have this interesting intention survey, the second one that's just come out. And is on the regional portal. I won't try and give you figures, but we have an intention survey also that will have some results from in Georgia. This is of Ukrainian refugees. Those kind of outcomes will probably be known in October. But of course, even if that survey has been done as fast as possible, things change, and things are changing all the time. And the Ukrainians are incredibly uncertain about what they want to do and what they can do. They all want to go home as soon as possible, but we all know that you know, this is going to be very, very challenging for many. So flexibility along with planning and the ability to start integrating as soon as people can, and that starts with inclusion in services and the right to work and so on, as Armen said. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hurley. We have a question from Heine Manasyan, CRRC-Armenia Director Emerita, and the question is, I have heard that Russians entering Georgia starting from September 21st should sign a statement to recognize that Georgia was a subject of aggression by Russian Federation in 2008. Is that true, and what is the purpose of such a statement? This is the question, and I will also add another question, because we have no other questions from the audience, on the importance. We have heard about digitalizing documents and irregular migration issue and intention surveys. Just one question to quickly wrap up our conversation today. What role open data and database management plays in this? Thank you. So first to Ms. Verley to reflect on the question in the chat box from Ms. Manasyan, and then we will reflect quickly on the question that I raised on open data. Ms. Verley, you are muted.
Yes, could you repeat the question? It was something about a statement. Could you repeat the question?
Yeah, it's there in the chat box. You can also have a read, but the question is, Russians entering Georgia starting from September 21st should sign a statement to recognize that Georgia was subject to aggression by Russian Federation. Is that true, and what was the purpose of such a statement?
No, I don't think it's true. We've not heard that. No, that's not the case. All we've read, like everyone else in social media, is that some of the cars that have come and not taken their Z stickers off the car have been turned back. That's all we know. And then on data, what role does data play? Well, one of the biggest challenges is, do you want me to answer that question?
No, the question was also about open data, because the state obviously has documentation, and different agencies have different documentation processes and purposes for data, but also opening that to research community and to broader audience of scholars and analysts might also be an important way to reflect on the issues quickly. And that's the part of the question.
Okay, well, just all I can say is with regard to the data around Ukrainian refugees, it's rather challenging, rather different to normal situations, because they're not registered here. And they're not registered and weren't registered in many EU countries either for a while, until they then went into the temporary protection regime, because they only had 3 months of visa free. So they had to get registered at some point. That's not the case in Georgia, because they have a visa free regime for an entire year. So the data that we're collecting is really based on, in Georgia, is based on those who approach us and our partners. So they'll tend to be the more vulnerable end of the population who are looking for help. But there is no registration in municipalities, there's no registration through the asylum system, because only 450 people have applied, and so on. So that's a little challenging within the country to know sort of where people are exactly and what they want. So, although in broad terms we know they're mostly in Tbilisi and Batumi, but there you go.
Any other reflections from the discussants? Mr. Hazara,
yes, thank you so much. Just on the issue of data, you know, in migration, you almost never get complete data. It's like literally impossible. And well, if the country is not a totalitarian regime, because it's very much connected with the political regime. If you don't have a totalitarian regime, you never completely get the migration data. It doesn't work like that. So you need to accommodate to the situation. Digitalization is giving us more data. It's not giving us the full data, but it's giving us more data. And yes, it is extremely important for the research community to have more of it. I can just bring you a latest example. When we were thinking with IOM office in Yerevan about these new trends, and colleagues suggested that we go on for a rapid assessment and see what is the new flow. And the researchers have used classical methods of triangulating data. They used the state sources. They did key informant interviews. They did semi-structured interviews. So current sociology and current, social sciences, let's put it that way, have a lot of tools. So state and administrative data is extremely important, and we should base our research and our understanding of the situation on that. But we should never completely dismiss the tools that the social sciences provide, right? So that's coming from someone who also has background in social sciences. That's why I'm very much interested in that. So please, our colleagues from social sciences, keep on doing this research, and we on the side of the administration and the government will try to provide you with more and more usable data for your research. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And just a quick note that usage of administrative, well, first of all, gathering of administrative data and then usage of it is clearly linked with digitalizing efforts of institutions. And the faster we do this, the systemized it is, the more open data will have to follow the trends and to analyze these trends. Thank you, Mr. Haghaghan. And Sanya, do you have reflections on this last question?
Well, just again, in line with what our colleague said, just the importance of data in informing the migration policy, it's immense. This has been a challenge. There are also with digitalization a lot of opportunities. So we as IOM are also working increasingly on collecting the data and actually establishing the evidence that would support the migration policies. One of such exercises that IOM does globally is the displacement tracking matrix, a huge methodology that actually does provide both numbers, but mainly, maybe more importantly, because of the lack of solid and accurate numbers, provides the opportunity to follow the trends and to establish some causalities in these movements, and also which provides the opportunity to assess the needs and vulnerabilities of the people of the move. So that would be my response to this, and my last reflections about this last question. Thanks.
Sanya, Armen, and Kemlin, if I may give your names first. Thank you very much for your precious time allocated for this conference. I think we have just space for maybe one more question from the audience, although I don't see anything in the chat box. Just give a pause for half a minute if we have one more question. If no, dear conference participants, just to remind, our next session will begin at 2 p.m. and the session will be from a cherry-picked collection of papers, which will be interdisciplinary, which will be both quantitative and qualitative, and we will have an insightful discussion. So please stay with the conference and stay active to participate. So we have one question from Sarah Wilson, and the question is, do Ukrainians in Armenia not registered with UNHCR have access to schools and health? Perhaps this can be answered by Armen.
I don't know what UNHCR registration has to do with it. UNHCR doesn't specifically register anyone in our country. Yes, Ukrainians do have access to school and health. So let's put it that way. If people are recognized as refugees in our country, basically they are allocated the same amount of rights as the citizens, except the political rights. I mean, they are not getting elected and they do not elect. So they do not vote. This is the main difference. The same goes for asylum seekers, not completely the same, but very similar thing goes for asylum seekers. So asylum seekers have full access to primary health care and also some other forms of state-sponsored healthcare. And every kid in Armenia has a right to go to school, and they use that right.
Thank you very much. We are just on time to close the discussion. Dear discussants, thank you very much for your time. I know during this day, so it was so hard to allocate this time for the conference, and I think this very thought-provoking panel will set a stage for the two-day conference that we have just opened. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Hello, everyone. Hope you are hearing me good. Welcome back. So hope we all are here and we may proceed with our first session. So let me introduce myself. First of all, I'm Sarah Melkonian, Research and Development Officer at CRRC-Armenia. And I will chair our first session where we will have 5 research and policy papers on migration and we will discuss the migration issue from very interesting angles, very diverse perspectives. And before just starting, let me remind you that each speaker would have 20 minutes for the presentation, and we will have also 10 minutes for a Q&A session. Please, everyone, write down your questions on our Q&A session. I will read your questions, and our panelists would have 10 minutes for answering to your questions. So I will not take your time too much, and I will present our first speaker, and actually the second speaker, because they just let me know that Valentina Chup is not here yet. And our first speaker would be Marialik Karamanukyan, who will present his research on diaspora in Armenia, immigration and political integration of Syrian Armenians. So Ms. Karamanukyan, please, the floor is yours. Present your paper. Thank you. We cannot hear you. No. Please try again.
And now?
Now, yes.
Okay. So I am sorry if I missed anything. Would I start with my presentation? Okay, should I share my slides?
Yes, please share your slides.
Okay, just give me a second. Is it okay? Can you see it?
Yeah, we see your screen.
Fine?
It's fine. Let's get started.
Okay, so first of all, thank you very much for this opportunity. My name is Marialik Karamanukyan, and today I will be presenting my paper, which is entitled as Diaspora in Armenia, Immigration and Political Integration of Syrian Armenians. This is the outline. And let's start. So political integration of migrants is a concept which is not discussed actively, but this concept is very important and actually plays a very important role in the overall integration of migrants. The concept lacks concrete definition and measurement, and it is a reason why it is very difficult to conduct empirical studies. Factors that indicate or impact political integration of migrants are ambiguous. So in my paper, political integration is operationalized as the participation of Syrian Armenian immigrants in some conventional and unconventional politics in Armenia. And why I am excluding the party affiliation from my definition is that because of some cultural things, which I believe that if I include it, people will be like less encouraged to participate in my study. After the resettlement of Syrian Armenians, they experienced a change in the political environment because it was different in Syria than in Armenia, and the political developments in Armenia themselves during the past 10 years, let's say, contributed in intensive exposure of Syrian Armenians to political incidents and involvement in political discussions. So with my paper, I aim to see whether political change, political development has an impact, or the time factor has an impact on the political participation, hence political integration of Syrian Armenians. What limits diaspora Armenians to run for political positions? This is a question that we have to discuss before moving on. So there are legal requirements that must be fulfilled for a diasporan to be eligible for attaining political positions. And the dual citizenship and durational residency are seen as main obstacles. So as I said, time factor is something that is discussed in literature to be a factor that enhance political participation or political integration. So over years, immigrants get sufficient exposition to the political environment, and they get experience, and they start participating more in the politics of the hosting country. So political culture in the country of destination. So if the natives are active in discussing politics, in participating in political activities, the immigrants also get encouraged, and they also participate, and vice versa. Also, public sphere, if in the host country people can discuss freely with the natives about the social, let's say, everyday social happenings or topics, so that this can increase their political integration. In Armenia, political integration is discussed, as I said, not very actively, but Hagopian studied political engagement of Syrian Armenians, and Hagopian argues that people with more, people who have party affiliations are more interested in politics, and because of the change of the environment, Hagopian states that Syrian Armenians have two options: either they will be integrated into the political life, or they will be separated. For my paper, I collected the quantitative data and qualitative data. For the quantitative data, I conducted online, there was online questionnaire conducted with 149 Syrian Armenians. Why online? Because it was during the COVID period. And the questionnaire consisted of 4 sections: demographic and personal information, satisfaction level of Syrian Armenians regarding different aspects of life in Armenia, Syrian Armenians' political engagement in Syria, and their political engagement in Armenia. Purposive and snowball sampling methods were used, and data analysis was conducted by using the PSPP. In terms of the qualitative data, semi-structured online interviews were conducted with 14 Syrian Armenians, and the length was 25 to 30 minutes each. So general information, from 149 participants, 73 moved to Armenia between 2011 and 2015, 21% between 2016 and 2020, and 5 moved between 1998 and 2010. 81% hold Armenian citizenship, 13% hold a special residency passport, and 3% are planning to apply or are not planning to apply, or they already applied for the Armenian citizenship. We can see that for 44%, Armenia is a permanent resident country. For another 44%, they did not decide yet whether they will stay in Armenia or move. And for 12%, Armenia is a temporary resident country. Immigration experience of Syrian Armenians. So we can see that Syrian Armenians are more satisfied with the social activities, communication with local Armenians, and traditions of local Armenians, and they are less satisfied with job opportunities, monthly income, and governmental assistance. Again, the participants were asked whether, for their perspective, whether they are socially, economically, or politically integrated. So we see that social integration is the highest compared to economic integration and political integration. Here is the political participation of Syrian Armenians in Syria. We see that it is not very high participation, but in civic activities, it is like Syrian Armenians participated more than participating, for example, in public meetings or public demonstrations. Political participation of Syrian Armenians in Armenia. So we see that we have the presidential elections, constitutional referendum, parliamentary elections of 2017, and snap parliamentary elections of 2018. We see that by time, Syrian Armenians started to participate more in elections, and they started to contribute more to the country. Also here we can see, we asked whether they are aware about the Armenian politics. So they reflected that back in 2016, like 50% were very aware or somewhat aware of the politics, of the Armenian politics. However, to check whether these people are really aware of their awareness. So we asked whether what was the political position of My Step Alliance in 2016. So it was that My Step Alliance was not formed back then. So only 8% did answer the right question, the right answer. Again, here we have according to their perspective, their awareness of Armenian politics in 2018. We see that the number is increased, is 76%, and in 2020, the number was 90%. So here it is their participation during the Nagorno-Karabakh War of 2020. So we see that the participants, 73% of them participated with goods donation, and with 68% with financial donations, with volunteering, organizing donations, blood donations, and more. I have also checked online political activities in Syria and in Armenia. So we see that for sharing political news and posting political comments, when in Syria it was like 30%, 35%, it increased in 2018 in Armenia, and then increased in 2020. So as a main conclusion, we can say that political integration of Syrian Armenians in Armenia is achieved to some degree. That the political culture of Armenia, the time factor, and political developments all played a crucial role in this process. And by comparing their Syrian Armenians' political activities in the early stages of Armenia, we see that it is also increased, and we see also the involvement of Syrian Armenians and their active participation in the aftermath or during the Nagorno-Karabakh War of 2020. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Karamanukyan. Dear participants, if you have any questions, please write your questions on the Q&A part of our meeting, and I will read your questions. If there are no questions, I would like to jump in and give a question. First of all, thank you very much for very interesting research and for sharing your findings with us. And I would like to ask whether you study the challenges with integration that Syrian Armenians have encountered in Armenia, whether it's in the scope of your research, and whether you have the chance to speak about this topic with the interviewers.
Yes, so I asked them about the challenges, but mainly concentrated on the political aspect. But some of the challenges were the language barriers, but this was, as in the interviews were mentioned, this was at the very beginning of the integration process. Also, some mentioned that they lived, like they named it as cultural shock. And this was like, again, at the very beginning, because it was very different for them, the culture, the language and everything. However, this social and cultural things are very much getting easier by time, and people are getting integrated, because I also had in my research in like interviews with local Armenians, and they said that for them as well, like it took time to accept this new culture. And when people are accepting both cultures, they are getting more like easily integrated, and they are like the things like language barriers and all other things are getting easier by time, and they are getting integrated and familiar to each other.
Thank you very much. Just one more question, please. I would like to know how you defined actually the political participation in your research. And of course, you have spoken about the voting, the elections. However, what are the other aspects of political participation that you may mention?
I also, for example, the following political news was one of the things that I had in mind, and I asked my participants. Also, it is very much important, the party affiliation. But again, I'm telling this very frankly, because I didn't involve that part because of the. I thought that it would be less encouraging for everyone to have this like to participate and to freely express themselves. So it is also a factor. Party affiliations also definitely play an important role in the definition of political integration. So in our case, because like we are Syrian Armenians, we have the, like in Diaspora, we have the parties, the three main parties. And then when you come to Armenia, you actually have some culture of the party life. So that's one of the things that in my definition I wanted to have, but I didn't have it.
Great, thank you very much. And I see we have a question here in our Q&A section, and I will read it. Very interesting study, Mary. Is it published? Is the database available publicly?
The database is not available publicly, and it is not published yet, but hopefully by the end of December with Caucasus University, we're planning to publish this study.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you, too.
And if there are no more questions, thank you, Ms. Karamanogyan. We will follow our agenda. Thank you. And also, we have Valentina Chupik here. We are sorry we couldn't identify you in the list of our attendees at the beginning of our meeting. And now the floor is yours. You may present your study. I will present Ms. Valentina Chupik, Executive Director, a pro bono lawyer for migrants at Ingo Tong Jahoni. And the title of the presentation is New Types of Migration to and from Russia. So, Ms. Chupik, the floor is yours. Let us know as soon as you begin, please. You may unmute yourself.
Yeah. Sorry, I understood that 10 minutes is not enough to present all three groups which I studied in this research, and I concentrate on the most interesting for me group, and new labor migrants from Russia after the starting of war against Ukraine. If you need data from other types, I would present it you, but not in so short time. I cannot list next slide. Why? Why I cannot? Oh.
You may consider sharing your whole screen so as we see all your slides.
Yeah,
please.
but I cannot see and I cannot list next slide. How I can do it?
You are sharing your screen, right?
Yeah.
Just go down and let's see.
Maybe it will be better if I'll do this. I'm not sure. Do you see my screen?
Yes.
Yeah.
We see your screen, only the first slide. If you have
Only
shared your
first,
slide,
not next. Not second.
Next.
Arrivals from Russia. Why? Why?
If you have shared your presentation, we will try to share the screen.
I sent you my presentation today morning, and you have it, but I'm not sure that it's available.
We will try to share. You will start speaking. We will figure this out.
You see my next slide, I think. Aren't
Yes.
you?
Try once more, please.
Just a moment.
Great. Yes.
Yeah.
Excellent.
We have a very poor data about arrivals from Russia labor migrants. It's the statistic of the Federal Security Service of Russia, FSB, their border guard data for the July 1st of this year. And we have some short cuts data from other sources, like the Committee of Tourism of other countries, like the our avia companies and other, but it cannot be verified, and so we cannot use it really. And please look here and understand that most part of people coming to other countries in the first half of year from Russia are citizens of Russia. We cannot be sure that all of them are labor migrants. Maybe part of them are tourists really, maybe part of them are refugees, maybe part of them are native people who living in Russia and have Russian citizenship, but returning to their native country. And we have at least 3 problems in identifying. Impossible to track persons with 2 passports with passport of Russian Federation and passport of country of destination. It's impossible to understand whether a Russian previously had citizenship of the destination country of migration or not. And it's difficult to track departures permanently or only for the purpose of extending the period of stay. So this data is very projective, and we cannot be sure in them. Next slide. Wow. Another time problem. Next slide, please.
Here it is.
It's much better data. It's the data of statistics of Uzbekistan and Russia and Armenia about the migrants who are arrived from Russia in last half year. But we have difficulties here too. The sets of persons who have issued different documents. Foreigners can stay in Armenia about 180 days without registration. Russian can stay here just 30 days, but they have no real punishment for this violation. And in Uzbekistan, we have problems too. Many persons who have issued different documents overlap, and foreigners can stay in Uzbekistan just 5 days without registration. And I think that other people who didn't make a registration have a Uzbek passport too, or have the family members which let them stay in Uzbekistan much more long time. Next slide, please. How the migrants, my respondents, I made 37 interviews with migrants from Russia in Armenia, and my colleagues made 49 interviews with migrants from Russia in Uzbekistan. It was house-structured interviews, which narrative part and which the part was the part with strong questions, but they were open and people can tell what they want. Total quantity is 37 for Armenia and 49 for Uzbekistan. How they choose the country for migration. Part of them had choice because they were born in this country or they grew up in this country. Second part of them tells that they have relatives or close friends who invite them for this difficult period to stay in their country. And part says that they choose this country because of they read reviews about country, and mostly they just buy a ticket in that country where they can buy and come to the country without really choice. The main reason for migration for them is impossibility to work due to the internet breaking down, blocking sites in Russia. second part, it's impossible to receive a salary from other countries. And much smaller answers were moved because of the fear of economic collapse. Only 2 of them really were relocated because of employer said them, please come to Armenia. Part of them come with their friends and relatives. And only 2 in Armenia and only 1 in Uzbekistan moved because of political reasons, because of their disagree with Russian policy. And 1 migrant in Armenia said that he always dreamed about immigration to any country, and he immigrated to any country. Next slide, please. Which problem they have in the country of destination in Armenia and Uzbekistan. Part of them had problems with paperwork, with formalization, and in Uzbekistan there were much more problems with paperwork than in Armenia. And in the business formalization and making business, they have much more problems in Uzbekistan too than in Armenia. Problems with law enforcement had only 1 man in Uzbekistan because of he would to formalize a bank card without registration, and he was detained by policemen, but there were not any punishment for this visit, and policemen consulted them how he can make this bank card and how he can make the registration. 1 man in Armenia said that he has a problem with discrimination, and he thinks that discrimination is not using the Russian language in everyday life of Armenia. I'm not sure that it's discrimination, but he thinks so. I fixed it.
Ms. Shupik, 1 minute left.
Most part of them have a distinction work in IT sphere or in any other sphere, and part of them are economically inactive. Next slide, please. Their integration intentions are very interesting. Most part of them do nothing to be integrated, but part of them would stay here forever and do nothing, no paperwork, no registration, no language learning, really no. And most part would to return to Russia or maybe immigrate to other more rich country.
Ms. Chupik, so, please, we are running out of time. Please sum up your speech.
Next slide, please. Just conclusions. Please. Not the time. Oh, it is not. My conclusions. Most part of migrants in Armenia and Uzbekistan too are not political migrants. They are migrants. No, it is different slide. Sorry. They are migrants because of labor work, and they would not to identify themselves as a labor migrants. They call themselves as relocants, but it's not so. And they would not really integrate in society, local society in the country of destination, and they would not to pay taxes in this society, and they would not to found a job in this society. They are staying for the long, very short time. They would be here as short as it possible, but they stay here at least. I recommend to the policy makers in Armenia and Uzbekistan to pay attention for the tax paying of this type of migrants, to integrate them and to provide integration programs for them, to make their migration more useful for countries of destination and for migrants too. I'm stop.
Thank you very much for the presentation. And now we have time for Q&A session. Please, dear participants, write down your questions. I will read them. We may take a question from the participants. If there are no questions, please, I would like to give question that is really very interesting for me, because recently we did similar research in Armenia in order to identify actually who are the people who are coming from Russia and what are their occupation here. And we have come up with really very interesting findings. And I would like to ask you whether you have studied what they are doing in their hosting countries, what's their occupation, or why they are living there.
Most part of them are rent flats, because I interviewed people who lives in Armenia and Uzbekistan 3 and more months. And most part of them have an occupation, work in IT sphere and in other spheres which very connected with internet, and they have a relationship with their last employer in Russia. But they lost their job, official job, and now they are freelancers. And there were 2 political activists who have a relationship with their last employment, but they have no any salary now, and they just waiting for the immigration, for the evacuation, for the to the other country. And there were 5 members of family of working people in Uzbekistan, and 2 members of families of working people in Armenia. Their husbands or their wives have a paid job in internet, and they just live as dependents.
Thank you very much. And we have one question from our participants. When the study was performed?
It was made since May 20 until August maybe 10th. We made interviews firstly in Armenia. I started it, and after that my colleagues in July and August made interviews in Uzbekistan.
Great, thank you. And I think our last question from Nona Shanazarian. She will present her question.
Hi, Valentina. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Thank you very much for this interesting research. I just wanted to ask, that not many people, mostly who were involved in this relocation, quote unquote, relocation process, can agree with you, because just I have read an article entitled "Russian Democracy in Exile," the news from Armenia. So I just want to know if you can unpack for me better, what do you mean when you say that this migration is not political?
Because, can I answer?
Thank you. Yes, please.
Yes, it's politically motivated, but it's really labor migration because of the people who migrated, my respondents. I cannot tell about everybody, but my respondents, part of them believe to the Putin, really, they believe him. And they think that there are Nazis in Ukraine. Not all of them, but most part of them. They really would return to Russia, and they blame not the Russia, but the Europe, maybe United States, global West in the sanctions against Russia. And they think that they they have to leave Russia only because of these sanctions. They don't think about the reason of the sanctions. They think about the result of sanctions, and they think that it must be obligatory to lift these sanctions, and after that they can return home.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the questions, and also thank you for the answers. We may proceed with our next speaker, who is Diana Vartanyan, a specialist at Financial System Development from Central Bank of Armenia, and she will present her paper entitled Return Migration Decisions, Evidence from the Irish Mass Migration at the Turn of 20th Century. Please, Gayane, the floor is yours. Excuse me, we cannot hear you. You are unmuted, but we cannot hear you. No, we cannot hear you. Maybe you will try to change your mic. Still cannot hear you. Cannot hear you so far.
Dear Guyana, can you unplug the mic and then plug in again?
How about now?
Now we are hearing.
Okay. Sorry about that. So thank you very much for the invitation to present today my paper, and I'm going to share my screen if that's fine. Can you see that well?
We do.
Great. So this is a paper that I wrote during my PhD studies, and it's about migration, historical migration from Ireland to the United States. So it's not the Caucasus, but it's interesting for policy implications, I assume, for for comparing the historical trends with the current ones. And so the idea of the paper is, oh, just to confirm, Sarah, is it like 20 minutes for a talk or 10 minutes for a talk? I think I said
it's 10 minutes for a talk and 10 minutes for questions.
Yeah, thanks. So the motivation for analyzing and studying this topic is that during the age of mass migration in like mid-19th century till the First World War, 30 million people left Europe for the United States, and 1 in 3 people returned home eventually. So it was a pretty high rate of return. But in the period, there was a lot of research done to identify the individual characteristics of migrants who went to the States, but very little work has been done on those who returned. And major work about this was on Norwegian return migrants performed and written by Abramitsky. And there is a paper on Irish return migrants by Ferniho, which I'll talk about a bit later. And why do we consider Ireland to be an interesting case? It's because it's a country with the highest immigration rate in the mentioned period for the entire mass migration. So 13 out of 1,000 people migrated and went to the States. And it's interesting to know who were they and why they returned. If we look at the Irish migrations, technically emigration to destination countries in a little bit earlier period than I studied in here. So from 1876 to 1914, there were 5 major migrant destination countries, including United States, Great Britain, Australia, Canada, and New Zealand for Ireland. And we see at the graph, for each of the decades, United States has been the major country for the migration. So it's been 2, 3, or more times higher immigration rate to the United States as opposed to the other countries. So US is the representative for the total Irish immigration, specifically for the period we're looking at in 1892 till 1924. So the research questions in the paper are who were the returned Irish migrants at the turn of the 20th century? What is the lower bound of Irish return migration rate for this period? And how were the return migrants selected from the migrant pool and non-migrant population? So it's kind of 3 different angles. Contribution to the project is, as I said, there is an emerging literature on return migration for the period, and we analyzed the return for the country with the highest immigration rate. We identified the lower bound rate for Irish immigration because there is a study by Bandiera who's identifying the out migration rate from the States. Specifically, it's between 74 till 93% of out-migration for the Irish population, but we don't know if these people actually returned to Ireland or they went to other countries. So in the paper, we're finding those who specifically returned to Ireland rather than if they went to other countries. For Irish case, there is no evidence that they used to go to other countries as well after coming back from States. And the historical background, so the historical mass migration generally to the States started in 1892 and is an evidence that the first person to settle to the States with the Ellis Island port was an Irish girl. And so it's interesting that around 800,000 Irish people migrated between 1892 and 1924. And in this period, the price of migration decreased significantly due to the change from sail to steam technology. And so a lot of people left, but a lot of people as well returned. If we look back to the Irish migration history, it started in 1600s and it was really high during the famine period. We know the potato famine.
Excuse me, Gana, can you please full screen your presentation?
Oh, sorry about that. Yeah.
Thanks.
Yep. So we do see around 1 million people leaving Ireland. So during the famine period between 1846 and 1851, it's a really high level of immigration. But then the rates start decreasing from 1860s. But still, even though they start decreasing about twice, this is still representing the second highest immigration after Italy in Europe. So the Irish immigration was still quite high in the 19th century, the second half. And the data set that we're using here, I'm using 3 historical records. The first two phases of data are 1901 and 1911 Irish censuses, and it's individual level data of about 3.8 million people in each census. And then I do have LSL and migrant records, but 500,000 migrants. This is an administrative data set. It's individual level of migratory behavior data. And when I try to find these migrants from the Ellis Island records in the Irish census. I'm trying to tackle their characteristics at an individual level from the censuses. So we have here the common variables: name, age, residence, gender, marital status. And what we do next is we match these records. And for this, I'm following Abramitsky's matching strategy, is typical matching strategy for this type of historical data sets. But first, I'm differentiating between male and a single female migrants, because women tended to change their surnames. So I'm excluding those who were married. I'm keeping the ones who were single among women. Not to get into too many technicalities with the matching, because I also do not have the time to do that. I'll say that the idea is basically to match the 2 censuses and then to match the entire sample of censuses with the migrant records, and then to identify the return migrants in the way of this. So if somebody left before 1911 and he or she is found in the 1911 census, then they are a returnee. Right? So if somebody, let's say, left in 1908 and then I can find his name in 1911, then I assume that it's a returnee. Of course, here I use the assumption that people actually tend to return to the place that they left from. So this is somehow biasing the results. But this is a common assumption in the literature. In the end, from my initial data on migrants, I find that around 11% of the migrants returned, of the male migrants, and around 7% of single female migrants returned. And these rates are in line with the literature as well. So what I do next with the individual characteristics of migrants.
Please wrap up.
Sorry?
You have 1 minute left.
Oh, yeah. I do see that the return migrants were young, single at the moment of leaving Ireland. And they used the return migrants who returned, they actually were the ones who returned from the Western regions. And these were exactly the regions that most people migrated from. So the ones who left from like these counties, they also tended to return more from these counties. And these are actually the places that the Great Famine was more prominent in the Western counties. This is the result. And for selection, what I measure whether being a returnee results in having a high-skilled occupation or a low-skilled occupation. So there is no causality in this. This is just a linear probability model. And the idea is just to show that I find that basically the people who were returning and who were from agriculture and production, they were more skilled as opposed to the people who never left countries. I kind of find a positive selection of return migrants. And I don't find any differences between return migrants and the ones who left and didn't come back. And finally, what I do here, I link these return decisions. So I'm saying, what are the decisions based on? Why do people tend to return? And in literature, there is a few papers that find that women in the west of Ireland, they tended to return to get married or because they couldn't adjust abroad, and the men tended to return because they came to own a land or to have family and so on. And in the meantime, I also say that in 1907, there was this tendency, this act of land in Ireland, which kind of forced the tenants to buy their land instead of renting them. So I associate the fact that a lot of agricultural farmers tended to return to Ireland in order to invest in land and to buy land and to come back to their country to develop further in their agricultural occupations. So conclusion is, just to sum up in maybe a few seconds, is that average return migrant was a young single adult and literate at the moment of leaving Ireland, and the male migrants were more often holding agricultural occupations, the ones who returned, and they were more high skilled than the ones who never left Ireland, and they were more often from West and Southwest regions, the regions where specifically Great Irish Famine was the highest, and the regions from where migration was also high. So return migration was actually high, exactly from the regions where migration was also very high. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, dear Gayane. So, dear participants, please write down your questions and we will have approximately 6 minutes for Q&A session. Yep, we have a question here. Sorry, not yet. Not yet. Thank you, Gayane, for a really very interesting presentation. And just the fact that caught my eye, it's really very interesting that the migrants were often in agricultural occupations, right, in their hosting countries. Am I right?
So yeah, but that was yeah, I didn't have to go, I couldn't go through all details. Some male migrants, yeah, were mostly in agriculture, but the women were mostly in service sector. So production has been the second highest occupation sector for both genders.
Yeah, it's quite really very interesting fact, because again, one of the researches that we have conducted in Armenia actually shows that in Armenia, like people migrating from Armenia, like the only small part of the migrants is occupied in agriculture, and most of them are seeking for other jobs or other occupations. And very interesting to compare. And also I think the timing also matters here, because the data you are presenting is not for nowadays, right?
No, it's not. It's for the
yes.
Yeah, and to add to that, so initially also Irish left after the famine. They left for working in industry in the States, but still a couple of years later, I mean decades later, when in Ireland the wages converted to the US wage level, so people stopped really going there for working in industry. They just wanted there, maybe because in Ireland the agricultural condition was still not very good because of famine, even decades later. So they continued their, you know, farming and all in the States, and then later on some of them returned. So that's maybe one of the reasons as well.
Yeah, I see. Interesting. Very interesting. Thank you very much, Gayane.
Thank you very much, Sarah.
Thank you. And we will move forward to our next presenter. So the floor is Irina Moldovskas, leader of Migration and Security Program in the post-Soviet space in the Central European University. And she will present the paper entitled Transnational Migration Network of Caucasus Peoples as Anti-Integration Channel. So dear Irina, the floor is yours. Please go ahead. You may share your screen yourself. And if you are having any issues, please let us know. We will figure it out. And just to remind you that we will have 10 minutes for the presentation and 10 minutes for the Q&A session. Please go ahead.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for the presentation. 1 second, I will try to share. Так. Seems it's... Yes, it is. Oops. Full screen. 1 second. Yes. I would like to talk about Chechen diaspora, mainly in Austria, and with some examples from France, because it's based not only on my own interviews, but also on their groups that they provided me with the links to their groups, and for 1 year I could follow their discussions, their problems, and summarize now them in the question. As you know, there are about 180,000 Chechens now in European Union. Majority of them got their status as refugee or asylum seekers, and this is now the big, not the diaspora, but communities in European countries. And but we do not need to think that it is one united diaspora. There are many communities that are absolutely different on their mind, on their attitude to Chechen government, to their occupation. Some of them even do not contact to each other, dissidents and military people who participated. I mean that it's very diverse communities. And when I analyzed their charts, I found many things common in their problem. Mainly their constant communication with their relatives in Chechnya. And it was not simple communication, just how are you and such like that, but constant some communication links to the flow of either goods or people from family to and from Chechnya to European Union money and different services they try to help. It means that it is very close links exist between Chechnya and people who live in European Union. Of course, these people are different, and people who are forced migrants, usually they have psychological problems, and it was research that they are mainly desire to maintain own culture. And of course, that one second. There are different type of ads, and I rank them according to how often they met in their communications. The first was problem with documents, different documents, Russian documents, Austrian documents, French documents. I mean, always they have something not solved, and send requests to communities to help. And I will show the main problems with this document. Also, regular transport system between Chechnya and these countries, request to work, rent apartments, sale, buying, and different fundraising to help to each other in different problems. The first problem, violation of Russian legislation. Because they have different type of papers. When somebody was born, they either lost, either got. Sometimes they buy some documents in Chechnya, and they are not how to say, in accordance with Austrian, for example, different day of birth, and they don't know what to do and how to solve this question. I mean that Russian documents, it's always problem for them. The second, violation of paper registration in Austria and in France. Request to buy some ID cards or some driving license or something. I mean that is not allowed in these countries, but was easily done in Russia in previous time, and they reproduce this model, also trying to find such people, and such people response. I don't know how successful, but usually somebody said, wrote, I can help, write me personally. Yes, and transport system is, how to say, every day almost we can find the car, some minibus that go through all these countries to Chechnya and back, and they collect some goods in one direction, in other direction. And of course, because of such a close relation, we can say that they try to reproduce all the traditions and values in exile, especially the old generation and generation of people who are not born in Chechnya and arrive already more and less, how to say, in their adult age. they have Chechen elderly council. They have arranged marriages, funerals in Chechnya sell these remnants. Blood feudal Carthaginian group that searching for girls, how they behave. And I will not talk about all these things. I will mention just this elderly council, that the main concern of this elderly council is not integration into the host societies. No, the main concern is their support of their culture and traditions. And this is the only discussion about when they get together. And through funerals also, mainly they sent already a person who died in Chechnya. Only now they started to do it in Vienna, for example. Before they had no such habits. And I stop about group Carthagen. In Russia, it was closed in 2018 as guardians of morality, when they really try to push young women to pay them money, or they disseminate some their photos. In Austria, they also were arrested. A similar group exists, and also in the other countries, and it means that some member of community think that they have right to threaten young generation, not to give them opportunity for normal free life in the West. And reasons for existing such guards of morality, that there are many supporters of Kadyrov in spite of this Chechen diaspora, and the idea that their traditions that they're only good in the West, that's really they try to, especially old generation, to put forward in the behavior of their children. They're more concerned about that because their relatives requests in Chechnya mainly. They're afraid that if child behave wrong in EU, their children in Chechnya, for example, can't have good marriage, or they will be, this family will be shamed. This is very big fear exists in society, in both in Chechnya and in European Union. Of course, new generation, they are different. I can tell that some said that in their families, their body are in Austria, but their mind is in Chechnya, and the internet supports that. But nevertheless, there are now many cases when children try to stand and say their own voice. For example, in Toulouse, a 70-year-old Chechen girl filed her father. He forbade her to use internet social networks, and when she disobeyed, he hit her, and he was sentenced for 1 year. I mean, it was big shock for diaspora, but it happened already.
They are Irina, sorry.
I already conclusion now we see that response of Chechen diaspora to the military operation. The first concern was how to send money now, because of this all problems. Now everything is settled already. Everybody sent money in both directions. Fears of deportation and how to travel now to Chechnya and back. And yesterday I got from their internet communities, the Pankisti Chechen call to Chechens in Chechnya that go to us, we are ready to host and help you. My conclusion, that of course, internet and modern communication communities, internet, they are very powerful information of transnational communities in exile. and as soon as Chechens are not one diaspora, but transnational communities that are stronger or weaker in some countries, and integration still limited by patriarchal transnational control by relatives in motherland, Kadyrov governments, and national communities in host countries. And new generation, of course, wants to be more free, and step by step, of course, I think they will. But still, these internet communities, they have very high level of control from Chechnya. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, dear Irina. So we have time, well, 9 minutes for the questions. If there are any questions, please write down. Maybe we may wait for a minute to see whether there are any questions. Very interesting presentation. And by the way, I wanted to ask when the research have been conducted and whether the data is up to date or.
You know, it's concerning this presentation, I follow about 1 year my life in Austria. Our university removed from Hungary to Austria, and several NGOs asked me for some consultations about some women who ask for protection among them, because I worked for 10 years in Chechnya with Chechen communities, and published book about growing up in the North Caucasus. And they asked me about consultation about some things, and after that I decided to expand my research, especially on this field of data, and found many interesting things.
Yes, very interesting. And I would like to, well, let's see whether we have any question or not, then I will proceed with mine. Yes. No question on the chat, just I would like to ask about the control on refugees, about what you have spoken. Could you please clarify or speak up more about the control? What type of control you are speaking about, and whether that control is coming from Chechnya or the control is actually in the host countries?
You know that there are several different types of control. Of course, Chechen communities themselves, from one side, they are not so big, but the other side, they are not so small. For example, in Austria, there are about 40,000 people, and many of them live in Vienna, of course, and some in Graz also. They meet on some events, and traditionally, you know, if you tell, for example, your family name, I can tell you immediately which type you belong. And if you did something wrong, what you think it is wrong, immediately you can tell about that to your relatives in Chechnya, and it's immediately become well known that something wrong with this. And traditionally in Chechen families, when they select girls for their or sons for marriages, they always check if some rumors behind this family, not to be you understand what I mean, because I know many cases when nice, lovely couples were just, it was forbidden for them to get married because something was wrong with his grandmother or somebody told that his cousin behaved some wrong way, but nevertheless it unfortunately works. That is why, especially in host country, they also try to how to say to control the behavior. Because of their relatives mainly because of their relatives in Chechnya.
Thank you very much. And we have one question for you. And here it is from Valentina Chupik. The question is, are there any isolated groups of Chechen migrants, or it is a common big ethical community on the national or international level? Are these groups coordinate each other? You can see the question on the chat section as well.
Thank you very much for question. No, I said in the beginning that they are very diverse. For them, example, exist groups of minorities, LGBT minorities. Of course, they are not in contact with the other groups. Also, some people who are from the first Chechen government who went to exile in 90s, they are not cooperating with nowadays refugees or people who support Kadyrov. It's understandable. They are very diverse. Thank you. And the income level also different, and because of this stratification, of course, they also have different communications. If I answer. And no central coordination, because young generation, for example, when I ask them, they say, oh, these stupid old council, they in fact created the situation we are now here. Why we have to follow their instruction? That's the behavior of some young people.
Great, thank you very much. And we have one more question. Here, I'm interested if there is a division within the Chechen community regarding the Ukraine war. Very interesting one, actually.
Yes, of course. You know, they support Ukrainians very much. They, for example, on the Hofbahnhof, this is central railway station in Vienna. They also work like volunteers. They collected some food, some donations, some clothes. Yes, they how to say, supported them very much.
Thank you very much, dear Irina. If there are no questions, we may proceed to further and our actually last presentation from Tina Somaya, who is a professor at the Georgian Institute of Public Affairs, and she will present the paper regarding migration coverage by the Georgian media. So please, Tina, you may proceed.
Hello, very happy to be on this very interesting gathering. Thank you for your invitation. I cannot stress much enough how important it is to just to share with our knowledge and understanding on you know, on what is going on in our countries, right? And I'm very happy to present my research project about migration coverage by Georgian media. So it was a media monitoring study that covers 2019-2021 years. My name is Tina Somaya. I'm a professor at the Georgian Institute of Public Affairs, where I teach at the Caucasus School of Journalism and Media Management. mostly journalism and social campaigning classes. And I also do research in the fields of sex selection and migration and ethical decision making. So now I'm presenting my topic together with co-authors of this study. These are my colleagues Nino Tsabzianidze and Nino Makhviladze. And the purpose of this
excuse me, Tigo,
do you see my presentation?
We see it, but can you please full screen?
Yeah. So, I'm
Great.
trying to understand how to, how to do it, how to run this whole.
Just press F5. Here,
Wait a minute. F5. I think it doesn't work in my case, but I will do like this way. Okay, it's fine. Now you see the whole screen, right?
Perfect, right.
Yeah, okay. So the purpose of this quantitative content analysis was to analyze migration-related frames in the Georgian media. And so, as I've already mentioned, the years period when I looked into this data, it was 2019, 2021. So therefore, the COVID-related stuff would also be actually catched and selected in this media materials. So in all 12 media outlets, print, online, and TV outlets were selected, and we had of course, we had more, data was bigger, but then we have selected out of this huge data 289 materials. And we tried to analyze those materials based on the preliminarily, developed frames. So we used framing theory and social network theory in order to analyze our data. Of course, it's so important to understand how media reports about migration, which stories prevail in media, because media also constructs our opinions, and it has an impact on policymakers. And also, it's very important to understand, role of media is very important also to just set certain agenda. And they provide us with this certain frames so that, people then digest these frames. And also, it's very important to understand what is missing, what media is not reporting, because, then probably again for the policymakers and for public to understand what is lacking, that's also very important, right? So I think I have to mention today that Georgia is this community. I think you know about it, but it's also important within this particular research to understand who we are, right? This Georgia went through the armed conflicts in 1990s and in 2008. As you know, our land is still occupied by Russians, and because of that, we had approximately, right now we have more than 200,000 displaced persons in Georgia. But so these displaced people, we are not part of this study. Okay, so we are in. I wanted to mention about it because today also is a very important day for us. It's September 27, when the Abkhazia, when Sukhumi was failed, okay, and many people were displaced, forcefully displaced from their lands, right? And so displacement and migration are the issues that we are covering, and it is also important to understand, why this is happening, you know, what media reports. But generally, you know, what I try also as an introduction to tell you that, you know, I'm thinking about these two, I had in mind these two types of people, right? So Medea story. So this is a story of migrant women who actually migrated from Georgia to you know, abroad, in this particular case, the Greece, right? And there is another story also of Abbot Pileli. This was the martyr who actually, you know, immigrated from Arab countries to Tbilisi. And actually, you know, when we studied our research, so we had these two types of people in mind, okay? Those who emigrated from Georgia, and those who migrated in Georgia. So we were interested in both dynamics, right? And of course, I mean, migration is a very important topic. Of course, I mean, as you know, Ukraine is the largest exodus in Europe since the Second World War, and in Georgia also. Just briefly, I will tell you, you know, these are the numbers that you know, many Ukrainians have entered Georgia. Okay, so. But by the time when I was researching this paper in 2019-2021, this was not the case. This was not happening. But so I want you to understand how the situation has changed, right? Because, you know, now we have a lot of Ukrainian people entering Georgia, and even more. So, for example, if we have 26,000 Ukrainian people entering Georgia, so we are talking about 65,000, you know, Russian and Belarusian migrants, you know, crossing the Georgian land. And this was the July numbers. Now, so the numbers have dramatically raised, and, you know, this becomes a very serious issue for Georgia, right? But now I will take you back to this migration trends in 1990, 1921. And actually, you know, I will tell you that, as you see in these media outlets, so mainly our media talks about immigrants, okay? This is more stories about Medea, those who actually left Georgia and emigrated in other countries. And as you see about immigrants, so about people who have entered the Georgia, it's just very tiny number of reporting. And if you look also into the media outlets, you know, who are those outlets who are reporting about immigrants? These are Sakartvelo and Soplio, and you know, it's just yellow conservative media, which is very interesting, and probably I will tell you more about it. But I mean, as you see, more liberal media, TV, online media, they are mostly concerned about immigrants, but this is not the case now. See, I mean, this is the situation has dramatically changed right now. Therefore, it would be so interesting to see, you know, how the scene has changed, right? Okay, so actually, as for the frames, of course, I mean, we have identified certain frames. So this was, and as you see, so the moral, human interest, responsibility frames are prevailing over threat and economic frames, right? So, but these are, you know, 6 basic, most popular frames in Georgian media. And, you know, moral and human interest. So moral frames, it's about, you know, how important it is to help immigrants, how important it is to support, especially, you know, during the COVID times, because, you know, many immigrants have also returned back to Georgia. You know, there was this emphasis on helping, about responsibility of the state to just support these people, okay? And it was pretty, how to say, positive frameworks, right? I mean, these were the positive frames in a way, right? And also we had human interest stories as well, so that, you know, media was covering the stories of these people, right? I mean, we were hearing some voices also. So actually, this, as we have done also social network analysis, I mean, you just see visually, which actually frames prevail, and these are this slide visualizes the same thing that I've previously talked to you. About. Okay, so actor frequency.
Excuse me, just to remind that we have a minute left.
How many minutes? How many minutes?
Just a minute.
Oh, okay. Yes. So these are the actors, okay? So you see that besides we have some migrant actors in media, still when we calculated other actors, okay, so we still lack migrant voices, but governmental actors prevail, okay? So therefore these media narratives that are dominant, these are still authorities that actually set up the agenda, okay? Okay, migrant quotes. We did not have much migrants quotes, but we have more non-migrants quotes. Also, it was important to actually acknowledge the share of female sources. Of course, less female sources versus more male sources, especially if you consider, these authorities, they are all male, actually. And, of course, media was actually, reporting about that. So actually, basically, this is my conclusion. As you see, I mean, overall, Georgian media outlets reflect different socio-political positions. Coverage of migration is heavily driven by editorial policies because, more liberal media reports differently, while, conservative media reports differently. So as you see, this responsibility frame and human interest frame and moral frame, this was dominant frames, but it's about showing off of these important authorities, how they are doing, how much they are doing for this immigrant people to just they are taken care of, right? I mean, this is media kind of still repeats the agendas that is set up by these official people. And of course, I mean, this is very important what media doesn't report about, right? I mean, so liberal media is silent about immigrants. So we see that mostly this threat and conflict frames were characterized for this conservative media. And this was the hatred and, hatred language that was used, hate speech that was used towards immigrants at the moment, but mostly this was done by conservative media, but liberal media was silent. Okay, so here I will stop, and of course I will take questions if you wish. But I really want to once more stress how, I mean, in 2 years, the whole scene has changed in Georgia, right? I mean, so now the media landscape would be absolutely different. And because focus before it was about immigrants, it was media story, but now this is a huge story that our societies are thinking about. This is, ABO story, right? People who are entering Georgia, and it's so interesting to see how it is done. Thank you very much.
Great, Tiko. Thank you very much for the very interesting presentation. And we have a question for you here. And you can read on the chat as well. I will read up now. Can we return to the number of flows from Ukraine, Russia, and Belarus? Could you comment the newspaper tell about them and their characteristics, where they live? Thank you. Like nowadays.
Can we return to the human rights? Could you comment the newspaper tell about them and their characteristics? You know, I don't know what is happening now because, you know, I never studied this period, unfortunately, but, you know, I can actually tell my opinion, so only based on the recent publications, okay, what is happening in media, right? I mean, that's what I can tell you, but otherwise, you know, this is, I never researched this topic recently, so I have no idea how media is reporting really these issues. I mean, our Belarusian, Russian, or Ukrainian. So basically, the attention was very high, is very high. You know, if you come to Tbilisi mainly, you will see everywhere Ukrainian flags, and you know, you can understand that this is very important thing for Tbilisians. I don't know what is happening in other parts of Georgia. I mean, visually. And of course, I mean, in every media news program, I mean, it's still, you know, about news about Ukraine is very actively discussed. But I mean, we don't know the details, right? As for the Russian and Belarusian immigrants, we don't know much about them. You know, there is a very significant worries, you know, within the society. You can, if you scroll the news feed, you can see how many, you know, my friends are worried about these big amounts of people that are entering Georgia, and you know, there are horrible traffic jams in Tbilisi. You basically the time I needed to get to my work, I needed like 20 minutes. Now 2 hours. I need 2 hours to get from one place to another. That means that, you know, it's just unbelievable amounts of people have entered Tbilisi, okay? And I don't know, I mean, this is very, very, I don't know, challenging, let's put it like that, and very interesting also times for researchers to study what is going on.
Great, thank you. I think we don't have any questions on the chat, but I have a question. Just very interesting to know how these frames actually affect or shape actual public policy on migration in Georgia. If there is any study, or if you have any assumptions on this regard, please.
You know, I think, you know, in my study, of course, we had some recommendations for media. And one of the recommendations is just to go deeper. Of course, I mean, on a superficial level, we see that there are, you know, positive, let's say, I mean, let's just somehow group these frames, right, in a positive and negative. Although, you know, my study, we did not do that. But, you know, if you look into, if you try to categorize, all these frames are kind of not negative frames, right? Positive frames about responsibility, about morally important stand to help and support immigrants, right? This is good. And also human interest stories that are heard by media. This is also nice. But, you know, you don't have, we had a very limited number of frames about economic issues, as you see, but I mean, as you know, immigrants are doing a lot and contributing to Georgian economy, and you know, there are not much such stories, right? And also no in-depth reports about, you know, the trends, or you know, what that means, or I don't know. I mean, it's just on a superficial level. Yes, I mean, it's just very basic, elementary level. Media does a good job, okay? But it's also so important to understand that they are silent about certain issues, right? So that it's mostly, you know, media follows the narratives of, you know, authorities we are responsible for this, we did this, we gave shelter to that many immigrants, and then it's kind of positive news, right, that is covered, but no in-depth report about it. So I think two recommendations to journalists would be just to do more authentic, in-depth research and in-depth stories about these issues, and also to policymakers and also researchers to come up with many interesting ideas and their reporting becomes more diverse. So that would be actually my recommendation of our study.
Thank you very much, Tiko. I think we don't have any more questions. So thank you very much for your presentations, and all the thanks to our presenters. And since we have finished all our presentations, we may end this session. Just to remind you that at 4 p.m. we would have a very exciting panel discussion on research fatigue and ethical challenges of migration studies. So stay with us. We will join again at 4 p.m. and we'll continue our discussions. Thank you very much.
Bye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I want to welcome you all to the second section of our Unpacking Migration conference. My name is Haik. I am the Deputy Research Director at CRRC-Armenia, and I will be moderating this panel discussion, which is entitled Research Fatigue, Ethical Considerations of Studying People on the Move. This panel brings together on-the-ground researchers to discuss ethical matters of doing research on issues facing people on the move. And this is clearly a very, very important subject, as there will probably be no time when this is not actual and important on a daily basis, because researchers deal with the ethical problems of doing research quite a lot. So I would like to present the panelists that are going to join us here today. I hope they will soon also appear, or they are already on your screens. So it is my pleasure to introduce you to our three panelists. We are joined by Rosanna Zaturian, who is senior researcher at the Institute of Archaeology and Ethnography of the National Academy of Sciences in Armenia. Next up, we have Manon Julie Borrell, a PhD candidate at the Institute of Social Anthropology, University of Bern. And the third panelist is Julia Messmer, a peace and conflict researcher who is currently project manager at the Safe Passage Foundation. Many thanks to all three of you for making time and joining this panel. And it is lovely to see you here. And I think it's especially fascinating that we have a real chance to explore such an important subject from the perspectives of various geographical areas as well as disciplines. And I'm super interested to see what kind of differences and common threads we would be able to identify among our research work. So before we begin, just a few words on the format of this panel. The discussion will be built on two rather generic questions that I will pose. And I would ask each of you to reflect on these, but certainly also feel free to color your responses with additional insights that you feel would contribute to the topic of the panel. I would like to ask each panelist to try to stick within the limits of about 5 minutes for each response, so that we will be able to hear some questions from the audience at the end. So the whole panel is planned to last for an hour. And we will, of course, allocate about 15 to 20 minutes at the end of the session for Q&A. So those of you in the audience, if you have any questions at any time during the panel, feel free to drop them in the Q&A chat, not the regular chat, just the Q&A chat, and we will, of course, get back to them at the end of this session. All right, I guess let's get right to it. Dear panelists, again, I want to welcome you, and I would like to invite you to start us off by sharing just a little bit about your research experience or personal research experience or interests in terms of studying migration issues or working with people on the move. And I would like to also ask you to share how much in your experience have you come across or encountered the issue of research fatigue among migrants and refugees. So I will pass the floor to Rosanna Satorian first, I guess, and then we will go to the other panelists. Please go ahead, Rosanna.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for this chance to speak and share our experiences around people on the move. I do not like the term on people on the move because it means that all the time we are speaking about people and thus putting us somewhere aside. I'm a food anthropologist mostly, and I was long time interested in displacement and food. Thus, having research on various experiences of Armenian people have displacement, started from genocide survivors, then first Artsakh war displaced people, then Syrian Armenian food habits and displacement. And last 2 years, as many of us in Armenian social science, we have to deal with forced displacement and forcibly displaced people as researchers, trying somehow to make benefit for them from our research. And it has been a year. We are in a team by the fellowship from State Committee of Science, trying to do research on intangible cultural heritage and forced displacement among Hadrut region people. The region was in Artsakh and now under Azerbaijani control. So this is my just very brief experience on people on the move and my research interest.
Thank you so much, Rosanna. I will now pass the floor to Manon Julie. Please go ahead. I'm sorry, I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly, but correct me if I'm wrong.
Fine. Thank you. Thank you so much for having us for this discussion. So did I understand correctly? We will first answer the first question and then we all go to the second. Okay. My research experience and interests are, I did my master thesis about Syrian Armenians in Armenia. The title was Syrian Armenians Refugees to Their Homeland, ? And I am a social anthropologist, and I'm currently doing my field work for my PhD here in Armenia. So I'm currently based in Gyumri. And I'm researching at the Armenian-Turkish border now. But for my past research, I was interested into the Syrian Armenians' manners of emplacing themselves in Armenia, also through food. I have also written a chapter about food and how people place and find their place through food, and how this plays a important role in making a new home when being displaced. But my initial interest, or how I came to this research, was that I was working back in Switzerland in the asylum procedure as a NGO worker. And I have met Syrian people mostly as people being labeled as refugees in Switzerland and labeling themselves as well as refugees. And I thought that Armenia was a really interesting context where people themselves didn't obviously see them as refugees. Maybe sometimes they did, depending on interest and context, but it was not as natural or as obvious as it was in Switzerland. And also the institutions, they labeled the people in different ways, depending on what the interest of the institution was. So sometimes they are returnees, sometimes they are refugees, sometimes they're just labor migrants. So I think it's a very interesting field, and that's my background. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and I'll pass the floor to Julia.
Yeah, also from my side, thank you so much for the invitation. I'm really looking forward to the discussion today. And as Heike already mentioned, I'm a peace and conflict researcher. I just recently graduated from peace and conflict studies at Uppsala University. And that's also where most of my research experience comes from. And my master thesis specifically centered around gendered impacts of migration regimes. So I was looking at the influence of structural violence inherent in the design of asylum systems in the European Union and specifically in Germany, and then the influence on masculinities. So I talked to 11 Afghan men having fled to Germany in the last couple of years, interviewing them about their about the processes and their experiences in the asylum system in Germany. And additionally, I also worked as an NGO worker in Greece and in Germany on gender-based violence and first aid and support. So this is where my experiences and also my research perspective is coming from, and from where I'm contributing to the panel today. And I guess my main focus in my research and also in my work is forced displacement to the European Union, and specifically at the European Union's external borders, and then also a specific focus on systemic violence. And I pass back to you.
Yeah, thank you very much. This is wonderful. So let's just get right to the first question. I would just ask you to talk to us and share your experience, whether you have encountered people who you have included in your studies as research participants, specifically migrants and refugees, or broadly put, people on the move, to experience research fatigue, so to say, because this is something that has been discussed among research communities, and this is something that refers to, simply put, just the fact of being tired of being researched. And that this is something that, of course, can be caused by many different factors. But I just would like to hear some of your own experiences or maybe not direct experiences, maybe some things that you have encountered indirectly. But how common do you think nowadays we can talk about people on the move experiencing research fatigue? I just don't want to keep a strict order, so let's just mix up the order, and whoever wants to share first, just jump in. So go ahead.
I can start.
Yeah, go ahead.
If Man and Julie or Julia, if you want, go ahead, but so it has been quite a short time when we as researchers started to think over that research fatigue by the research participants themselves, because before we were thinking about fatigue as researchers, not fatigue, but some limitations or emotional constraint that we would have while researching some sensitive issues. But yes, we are more often now are starting to think over that research fatigue by the participants, by the people whom we are researching and about whom we are trying to speak and make their voices more loud or make them more visible, let's say. I would not yet describe this as a fatigue, rather than criticism over how they are benefiting from the research or the lack of feedback, because I cannot state that people are bored to be researched. Rather, they do not see that meaningful outcome of the time they are putting on communication with us, with researchers. They were rather be happy to have that communication with so-called gatekeepers, people, organization, agencies who are dealing with their problems, telling them, rather so-called neutral researchers just for academic interest. Because people usually, especially in the difficult situation they are, let's think about forcibly displaced people. They lost everything, their home, memories, family members, maybe work, usual life patterns, and seeing all the time people and having in mind that they need to share their stories. It's somehow strange. Mostly I'm reflecting on myself because last year development shows that each of us could become forcibly displaced in a moment, and just very quick in our lives. So when I'm reflecting on myself, it's obvious that it would not be the happiest moment of my life if someone will approach and ask just to share your life story and your expectations and worries, not knowing what will be the final outcome for me, for myself. So I still thinking that not maybe the word fatigue, but rather lack of mutual understanding and being sure of mutual benefiting of that research would be the problem of researcher and research participants.
Yeah, if I may just continue. I think that question raises like two main questions for myself. First, what is research supposed to do? Is research supposed to change people's life from one day to another? And I think that's not what it can do, like, of how I understand myself as a researcher and my, in the best case, impact I can have with my research is to question bigger mechanisms, bigger political instruments and orders, and to rethink those mechanisms, which then, in the best case, hopefully would impact people's everyday life. But I think that takes longer and poses that challenge that how should you explain a person you want to do research with that this is useful for this person? And I think yeah, that's my second question. What do we owe our research partners? Is it that we change their quality of life? I think that we cannot do as a researcher, unfortunately. But I think what we definitely owe them is that we conduct the research which is at eye level and which is not in a colonial manner which has often been the case in the past in migration studies or refugee studies. So I think our major concern should be that we should not objectivate our research partners, not represent them as vulnerable people without any agency, or as dehistorized people. So I think that's what we owe them, that they that we represent themselves as human beings, and in a most holistic way possible, and that they can also influence maybe the outcome and or even participate. I mean, there is that concept of collaborative writing and stuff like this. So I think that's maybe the way maybe a possible research fatigue could be tackled.
For me, while thinking about those two panel questions in specific, I think I relate to what Manon Julie just said, but I think I want to emphasize that we in our research always have to be very clear that we become part of the lived realities of people and communities on the move when we are researching. We cannot be, or we are not, some distant observer, not really influencing the lives and experience of the people in their various stages of migration, but we become part of it as soon as we start communicating, as soon as we start our research process, which is why I think it's of utmost importance that we reflect on our own positionalities. And this is also where the colonial histories and maybe also our neo-colonialist approaches of doing research comes into play, and we really have to tackle of how did we do research in the past and how do we do research now, especially reflecting about it as a white German woman doing research on forced migration. For me, this is critical to think about. And in my personal experience researching on my thesis, all interlocutors were quite amazingly open to talk and share their stories with me, because as I understood, they were never asked about their experiences before. And this also potentially reflects what other scholars said before me, that there is a divide between under-researched but also over-researched communities on the move. So we cannot really generalize the notion of research fatigue as well, because it really depends on where does the current research interest maybe also lies at the moment. How does mainstream migration research also views and researches currently? So in my case, it seemed like I think the study that I conducted was seen from the interlocutors' part as chance, really, for being and also feeling heard, because it was the first time many of the interlocutors could talk with another or with a researcher per se on their experiences. But it was also viewed as a chance to change something individually or systematically. And I think this is where it really became complex for me. So, for example, I talked to one man from Afghanistan. His name was Aymar, and he repeatedly stated that he would like seeing my study and therefore also his interview shared with German migration authorities, so they understand what forceful camp situations also in Germany and the uncertainty of asylum procedures do to him and all the people in his life. And this is where I really had to start thinking and also acting upon it, because my thesis, and as much as I would love my thesis to change something systematically, it will probably not, because it will take a long time until we can really influence with our research. And this is also connecting to Manon Julie, but also to Rolana's it's just like contribution, that the most important thing is that before and also while engaging with interlocutors, we have to make very clear what can our research actually accomplish and what can't it potentially, and in what time can we accomplish what we maybe want to do systematically, but also individually for the specific person. So in my perspective, this is really also a very concerning point that we always have to make clear to avoid research fatigue, and what could also potentially be one reason for research fatigue in many different instances, that people on the move already find themselves in very uncertain and very oppressive situations in systems that oppress them. And we have to make sure that the autonomous decision-making of individuals is always supported. So this is really one element that I reflected upon.
Can I just add something to what is already been told? I remember just a quote from an article by Clark Kazak about this parasitic relationship between researcher and the people whom we are researching. I would just bring that quote from Migrants. We are still facing the same problems despite the number of researchers we have met. This is just the additional top place to stand and to see. Yes, I agree that we cannot change the people's life immediately, but people usually have that expectation of reward, recognition, and some expectation of compensation their time allocating to us as researchers. And yes, we should always have this in mind and think that at the very beginning, we need to allocate more and more time, much time to tell people the purpose of our research, our limitations, our possibilities, our power and weakness, where we can reach, where we cannot reach, in what manner we can be helpful for them, and where we are powerless. And that constant reassuring people that we are not here for just doing our work, doing our job, but we will be here also for feedback, not just making that hope, but also doing that, putting us and them in a constant links, and maybe trying to be somehow otherwise helpful, just because they have already allocated their time and shared their experiences, stories, and problems with us. We thus get responsible also for that feedback.
Can I add? And like adding to what you just said, I think is also really important for us to reflect, like, how do we use our research now, and how can we potentially also use our research in the future? Like, are we conducting a study just for the sake of self-purpose, such as a master thesis in my case, because it actually benefited my academic career, it actually benefited my knowledge, but how can I use those outcomes to advocate systemic change, in my case, in asylum systems, for example? So I guess also this, like, how we use outcomes of our research can have many different phases, such as like collaborating with organizations, working on specific topics, sharing our studies and outcomes at practitioner conferences, or like ourselves engaging in professional or activist work. In any way, I personally think it's crucial to see ourselves and our work not as outside of the systems we are researching, but as part of the whole complex, because in that sense, we can also influence and we can provoke change. And in many different instances, I think we also have to. So connecting this train of thought back to research fatigue, I really consider like not seeing any change out of potentially many studies being conducted on one's community or oneself, the reason causing research fatigue, like Rosanna just like mentioned as well. So that also connects back to the experience of Aimal, or like what Aimal stated to me, I think, with like having my research shared with the authorities, German authorities, while I'm not able to do that, while I cannot reach German migration policies in my positionality, I'm trying to at least use my thesis in conference like this or in my professional work to advocate for the change I want to see or I think is necessary after having seen the outcome of my study. And this is sometimes, I think, challenging because for me, for example, I am really hesitant sometimes and it challenges me to talk about my work, but I do really think it's our responsibilities as researchers as well.
Thank you very much, all three of you. This is, I just really enjoyed the part when the conversation between you three went just so naturally that I didn't even have to come in and ask or additional questions. But just to pick up on a couple of thoughts that I sort of found common among the insights that you shared, all three of you. I was just thinking about, well, it's going to be a little bit hard to formulate the question, but basically what I was thinking about, is it really a communication problem that we have here in terms of, are we as researchers failing to communicate with the people on the move, our research participants, the way that the research could potentially in the long run maybe benefit their well-being? Or is it more about a problem of doing the research not in the best way that we could? And then basically the question is that are we failing to communicate, or do we need new ways of doing research? And then something that follows up, so please hold on to this question, and if you could share your responses and your thoughts, that would be amazing. But also a follow-up that comes in my head, at least, is where is the boundary between doing research and making change in people's lives, and how can we assure that we don't influence badly the people's lives just because we think that we know what would be good for them, and then ending up not advocating for something that would actually contribute to a systemic change, or at least to something that migrants would feel like their life has benefited. So yeah, just sort of these two things where it came to my head. So if you have any thoughts on these, I would love to hear that.
I assume that we have both problems, also with communication and doing research properly. But it also depends on the context. For Armenian context, me and with my colleagues as researchers, we are dealing with people on the move constantly, and the waves of displacement are so often, and this makes us also somehow slow for this communication, because each time we are planning to organize different meetings, it happens a new trauma and new tragedies in those communities. And this makes us to think if the previous research we were planning is still relevant, or new more and more things are happening in this rapidly changing situation of trauma and displacement, and all the things are around us. So communication skills, although we think that we had, they are still lacking for me, let's say, because I do not know how to approach people whom I was calling, let's say, yesterday, and today I know that they have another lost. And my topic of yesterday is not becoming that much relevant as it was yesterday. So it makes me to think one more time how to speak, how to deliver the purpose of the research, in which I am quite sure that it will benefit their community, it will make things better in future, let's say. But it's sometimes hard to communicate that kind of future-oriented things to people who are living in today very harsh situation and difficulties. So this would be maybe a space for me to think and also to learn, because it is a situation when you are dealing with one trauma topic, let's say one scenario of displacement, and when you are living and trying to research multiple waves of displacement, and you are the member of that society. This is another constraint for researchers in Armenia.
Yeah, thank you.
And
Thank you very much.
yes, still that disconnection or disruption between doing research and making change is still not that much visible overall, even for us as a researchers. We can find some reasons to justify our good aims and things that we are aiming to reach, but it is still uncertain that clear link of changing in a better way the life of people and doing the research, or it is a more strategic way of change, but expectations are more in favor of rapid changes or visible changes.
Thank you very much. Any other thoughts?
Yeah, I'm thinking about the fact that we're talking now a lot about expectations, but that also I often have this or see the situation that the people, they don't even expect something from you, but that they don't see the sense of your interests. Like, why is that interesting for you? Okay, I really don't understand. So I think that challenge of the fact that your field actually never gives you the feeling that what you do is necessary, and that's really a feeling I'm struggling with it a lot. But and then at the same time you return it to your university or in your academic network, and then everyone tells you how interesting and important this is. And this gap between the field and the academic the worlds, I have no answer, and I'm just thinking a lot about that gap and what are we actually doing research for them. And that at the same time, I know that there are purposes. For example, I used when I did my research about the Syrian Armenian people in Armenia, my aim was to show to Europe actually that there are examples of people having come from a war which don't see themselves forcibly as refugees. And in there I have, or I see my sense, but I think finding the sense for your research is not easy for researchers themselves sometimes.
That's a great point, actually. Thank you. And Julia, did you have anything to add up to this subject or this question?
I don't think I have additional thoughts on the first question you posed about communication or new ways of doing research. Also, I don't think I have the overview of the field enough to answer that. I was thinking or reflecting on the second question, boundary of doing research and making an influence on people's lives. And I think it's probably hard or impossible thing to draw a hard boundary, but what I thought about is the synergies that we have to create between researchers, between advocates, between lawyers, between activists to actually change or bring about change. And also center self-organization of people we are researching, because nobody from a top-down approach, I guess, and I strongly think so, can make positive and long-lasting change except people themselves. And this is why I also started reflecting about what does expertise mean in our field, like who has expertise, who is viewed as an expert and who is not viewed as an expert. Why are we sitting on this panel talking about research fatigue by people that we are researching, by why is no one being researched sitting on this panel talking about their experiences of experiencing research fatigue. So it's, I think, a fluid composition, and it needs to be a fluid composition and a fluid boundary of how can we actually make long-lasting change. But I think it's a first step always to critically reflect and to see how can we build networks.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I think these are very, very good questions, especially concerning why are we the ones, considered experts of at least the research fatigue subject, and not the people who are experiencing it potentially. But thank you for bringing those up, because I think I just would like not to become the fourth panelist over here, but just wanted to add up to what Julia said, and also what Manon-Julie and Rosanna said earlier, that in terms of reflecting. Like, I think that this is the point that connects. This is the circle that connects all the different research contexts and all the different research areas in terms of disciplines, is the fact that maybe we as researchers are sometimes lacking this reflective voice inside of us, or maybe inside of communities, and just asking more questions like this to ourselves while doing the research and before and after doing the research. So yeah, thank you again. Thank you very, very much for raising these questions. I just would like to ask one final question before we go to the Q&A section of this panel. And of course, I understand that much of the response has already been given by three of you, this or that way. But if you have any final thoughts in terms of what do we as researchers need to do to refrain from exhausting people, at least from our side, right? Exhausting people with this with the studies that quote unquote change nothing in their lives. Are there any methodological or instrumental approaches that we need to reconsider, other than, of course, keeping this constant reflective voice to improve the ethical aspects of our research? And before I pass the floor for a final round of thoughts sharing, I just wanted to encourage the audience to raise your questions in the Q&A chat. I already see that some of you have already, but this is the best time for you to pop in your questions if you have any at the moment. So yeah, just one final round. Here you go. Whoever would like to kick us off.
I can start, like, keep it short. Advocating for ethnographic research. Maybe, or I think for me personally, it doesn't solve all problems, of course, but for me personally, conducting long-term ethnographic research in a way tackles at least a problem by building relationships with the people and not just popping up, giving a questionnaire, receiving the answers and leaving again. But of course, there might be criticism that it takes even more time, or that you're using your research partners even more. But yeah, for me, that personal relationship might, to some extent, yeah, tackle this problem.
Thank you so much.
I'm all the time, last years, thinking about ethical code of conduct we should have and keep as researchers all the time, and especially doing research with displaced people or people on the move, to prioritize the issues of dignity and safety, and not to harm people. Although there are lots of discussions among researchers, what does it mean to not harm? Because something could be not harmful from my perspective, but it still can harm. And yes, thinking strongly about prioritizing dignity and safety for the people whom we are researching, and keeping all the time that to allocate proper time to describe our what we are going to do, the purpose of our task, and what to expect. This would be my position for now.
Many thanks.
I do not have anything constructive to add at this point.
Okay, that's fair enough. Thank you very, very much. This was super helpful, and I think gives us all a little bit more space and encourages us all to again reflect and question our research approaches. We are at the 45th minute of our panel, so this gives us perfectly enough time, sufficient time for getting to the questions. I'm sorry, the sun is bugging me a little bit, so I'm trying to move. There is a question from the audience about what I think also connects to what Rosanna also just said in terms of this ethical improvement or the improvement of the ethical reviews, at least. So the question is if we could share a little bit about the needs of researchers to get permission from a professional body or association or authorities of doing research, at least in the sensitive cases, such as trafficking. So I guess we're talking about ethical boards of some kind. What do you think about this, and what are your own experiences with dealing with such ethical boards?
If I may start, I personally think they are usually necessary, because I think one person alone can never have everything in their perspective, in their horizon, what there is to be thought about. And I think it's always good, and it's always very necessary to get constructive feedback on our approaches. So that's baseline, I think. In my personal experiences of going through an ethical review for my thesis, it was very helpful, I would say. I did not reflect about all the things in the first place I needed to reflect on, and I hugely also improved my my draft, be it the questionnaire, be it the approach I'm taking to get in touch, to get in contact with gatekeepers or the interlocutors themselves. So I would really underline the necessity of going through an ethical review process.
Thank you. Anything else to add on the subject, or should we carry on with the other questions from the other panelists?
I can add, just based on my personal experience as researcher, although I have not still dealt with trafficking issues research, but such innocent seemed topics such as food stories or something related to daily life or forcibly displaced people. Again, this would need additional description and explanation for the gatekeepers to cross that borders, and this makes us another emotional burden on the researcher, even before reaching the community unit, to describe and to describe in a way to be understood your purpose and to get that permission for the official bodies, agencies who not always are supportive for the researchers, because even them are not usually see the need of the research. And as the more reforms or policies are designed not that much research based, still that need of communicating and explaining in every detail what we are trying to do with the community to let us in. We need those emotions also put on the research.
Thank you so much. And unless Manojali has anything to add, we could, okay, let's move to the other questions. These are questions that relate to each other. I think they are a continuation of one another. So the question is, what do you hope to accomplish when communicating a research, and how often do you communicate or research results with media? So this relates to what we have already discussed, but if we could concentrate or focus on the goals of communicating this also with the media and share some about this would be great.
Yeah, maybe I can share my experience of, I shared parts of my research with media, and I had big struggles with in doing that for several reasons. First, I mean, I wrote an article for a magazine in Switzerland, and I think one of my biggest struggle was to simplify the data for an audience, which is in a way the goal, because doesn't help anyone if I'm doing my research just in my small chamber. But at the same time, I found it really, really difficult standing behind such simplified representations of how I talked to the people, how I felt, what the people's struggles were, and so on. So I found it a really big challenge to publish research findings in media outlets, because yeah, it doesn't feel right. Of course, it was with the people that I who agreed, because it was a bigger reputation with pictures and everything, so the people knew exactly what will be published, but still I had the feeling that I don't represent them in depth enough, or the way I would want to.
Fair point. And anything else on this?
Yes, I can share one of my last experiences while working with women who were forcibly displaced from Artsakh, Nagorno-Karabakh during 2020. We were doing a joint project with them, gathering their stories of displacement through food memories, and also trying to use research as a healing instrument for them to speak and share their stories just among themselves, trying to create some new ties in a community they have resettled in Dilijan community. We were doing that research with Dilijan Community Center, research part and the project part. And for the team we were working with, the most important thing was rather not the communication with the media, but with the people with whom we were working. So to share the results of the work we have done while talking with them and gathering their stories to share the results with them. We invited the women for a meeting and shared all those stories, publication, and starting to discuss and reflect all over the process of the project, what it added to each of us emotionally and practically, and yes, even for media, we communicated together. We as researchers, them as participants, and people whom we were researching, and the team who organized all that events. And I would, yes, mainly get interested in this kind of communication, back communication with the audience, research participants, and either with them to have communication with media, or other them to have that communication with direct communication with media. Such Gudia stated not to be that experts to speak about them, just to make that paths more open for that forcibly displaced people to have their own voices to be presented, not to be that mediators for their voices to be interpreted.
Thank you, Rosanna. And I think that brings us to one more question that we have, and then we will have to close this panel. So the question from the audience member is that the person that is sharing has no question, but wants to share a viewpoint that some answers may be found in the approaches of public sociology, a style of academic practice that tries to expand the disciplinary boundaries of traditional research in order to engage with non-academic audiences, advance the analytical power of the research and its ability to benefit the society. And I think this contribution from Irena, thank you very much for your comment, actually sums up very well this panel discussion, and actually gives me a good segue to tease everyone a little bit about our tomorrow's first section, which is about collaborative inquiry, research methodologies on the move. And I think the swift and not the swift, but the smooth transition from this panel into the next one tomorrow is already quite apparent. So thank you. And I just also wanted to say one final round of thank you to our panelists. I think this discussion was very useful and super interesting, at least for me, and I hope also for the audience. And I want to encourage the audience to stay for one final session for today's conference, which is going to be a keynote address on the topic exploring crisis and migration in Armenia and the region, opportunities and challenges. So thank you very much. And I hope you will stay with us for our last session and also will join us tomorrow for the whole day. It was a pleasure meeting you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Dear participants, hope you are hearing me well. Thank you very much for very interesting section and panel discussion. And thank you for presenting the complexity of the issue we are discussing, and also highlighting the major challenges for the sector and opportunities for further cooperation between respective state bodies, scholars, policymakers, and experts. Indeed, the conference is highly topical and relevant, especially nowadays, when over the past few months, we have seen unrest and turmoil in various regions of the world, and including South Caucasus and Eastern Europe. And also, these challenges have moved migration to the center of domestic politics. The growing international migration is linked to war, civil strife, and human insecurity. In addition to this, despite the unprecedented speed in developing COVID-19 vaccines and rolling out vaccination campaigns, hopes that the global pandemic would come to an end in 2021 did not materialize. And all these factors still cause crisis in the world, and migration still remains a symptom or a cause of migration in the world. Crisis and migration have been interconnected over the last decade in public discourse, political debates, and academic research. And this underlines how crisis has not simply become a key descriptor of specific events, but continues to operate as a powerful narrative device that structures knowledge of migration and shapes policy decisions and governance structures. And of course, we are in a region where there is no lack of political turmoils, and the constant challenges become the root causes for the migration. Next slide, please. So according to the International Organization for Migration, the recent study conducted in 2022, the main reasons given for migration were clearly linked to the poor socioeconomic conditions in the country of origin, the perceived attractive opportunities of finding some kind of employment abroad, and of improving their life conditions. The study have been conducted in the South Caucasus and include the 3 countries that are in the region. Next slide, please. Since independence, Armenia has struggled with a declining economy and a deteriorating security situation. People migrating from Armenia are driven on the one hand by economic and social incentives, and the other hand by conflict and political instability. Financial hardships and labor market imbalances have caused and continue to cause temporary migration outflows and reduce the number of returnees. From an economic perspective, migration is a complex and multifaceted phenomenon. It is the result of decisions involving micro and micro factors. Macro factors include economic growth, employment prospects, and poverty equality issues. In comparison, micro factors include age, education, income, employment status, and preferences of potential individual migrant, as well as the composition of their household at origin, their sources of income, and the power relationships within them. There are several root causes of migration from Armenia, ranging from unemployment, undisputed conflict over Nagorno-Karabakh with Azerbaijan, access to education, business activities, and of course, also private visits. Indeed, work remains migration's most significant pulling factor. And also the data shows that short-term migrants usually go abroad at the beginning of the year and return in the winter month to spend time with their families. And overall, from 2017 to 2018, 73% of migrants that left Armenia left primarily for working reasons. And migrants engaged in different activities abroad. However, it is important to note that construction had the biggest share. Almost 80% of total immigrants were involved in it. And the second place is for wholesale and retail trade, repair of different machineries. And additionally, the data indicates that from 2012 to 2019, people migrated from rural areas more than in Yerevan. And it is really very big issue for Armenia because actually it means that the proportion of people migrating from rural areas was 39% from 2011 to 2015, while between 2016 to 2019, it was already 45%. This is mainly because Armenia's poverty profile shows that the basic poverty indicator in rural areas tends to increase in 2019. Next slide, please. Hope you can see me properly. Thanks. So since Armenia has a high labor migration rate, remittances play a significant role in Armenian economy and constitute over 11% of Armenian GDP. Over the last few years, however, the share of remittances in GDP has decreased. Please, next slide. Personal remittances sent to Armenia from 2010-2020, like 10 years, increased until 2013. And the highest remittances observed was in 2013, which was about 2.2 billion United States dollars. And afterward, the level steadily declined until 2020. It can be assumed that the decreased inflow of remittances is due to varying trend of oil prices in certain years. And in particular, the Russian economy mainly depends on oil, energy, gas, and any fluctuation there may harm also remittances sent to Armenia. The economic situation worldwide, especially in Russian Federation, heavily affects Armenian migrants and the volume of remittances sent to Armenia. Another reason for the drop down of the number of remittances is the COVID-19 pandemic, due to which values have been badly affected in the country. So as we can see from the presentation, from the slides, and also from the data that we acquired at CRRC over the few months and over the past researches, the issue of migration has crucial importance for Armenia. And indeed, there is a need for creation of platforms to understand the nature of migration and for creating sound grounds for knowledge and experience sharing between experts, policymakers, and various state bodies. Also, our panelists and our panel sessions and presenters speak a lot about the problems we are facing regarding migration currently. And also, it was mentioned that the lack of data synchronization, improper data management, the absence of unified system for data collection, the need to evolve institutional approach on data collection, and the importance of longitudinal research are very important in order to understand what kind of problems we have in migration sphere and what kind of policies, what kind of implementations there is a need to conduct. And also for the researchers, there is a huge space to explore, to research and understand the issues, the problems we are facing, and what kind of solutions we would suggest. We need to solve these issues and bring together all our efforts before standing against another crisis. Thank you very much for all you for being here and for following our conference today. We are finishing our first day of our conference and hope it was very insightful. You will join us tomorrow. Thank you very much. See you tomorrow. And in case of any questions, please feel free to write us to express your concerns. We will be very happy to address them. Thank you very much. If no questions, we will see you tomorrow. Great, thank you.